are. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining. It's Ryan. I'm here with Ryan's Gay Chicago. I also do the Harvey Historical Society. We have Amir, Beth, and Ramona with us tonight. We're just going to talk about, oops, we just lost Amir, but I'm sure he'll be back. We were just going to give a Harvey update and, just talk about the ongoing fight for justice in the Southland, because we know there's tons of corruption and there's tons of work to do. So, I'm just comfy on my couch. So pretend that you're in my living room and we're just comfy. We're all just comfy wherever we're at, and we're just having a chat about what's going on. Hey, French Idol, aka Idol is your new name. Idol, okay, back. Okay, here, Amir's back. He's back. Hey, Amir.
I'm back, y'all.
So yes, Amir, do you want to start, because you can introduce yourself and then tell everybody about your channel as well?
Yeah, so basically, I'm Amir Shakur, and we're basically here because we're really discussing community and the efforts that we've made from July 4th. July 14th up to now have been really about community. This is a community effort. We are here to really start, or we started through attrition. The thing about July 14th and what happened, a lot of people are aware of it. The people who aren't, we were attacked and accosted. Myself, Ryan, Beth, even Ramona was assaulted by a group of people who we consider provocateurs. And, even since that point, above and beyond, they've run amok in the Southland of Chicago, and they've run amok in the community. Businesses have been harassed, business leaders, just really a lot of folks in the community. And it has to end. One of the tools and the resources that we've used to do it is we've actually had the courts, we've issued restraining orders and no contact orders. So I'm not going to get too much into that at this point, but we are speaking from the standpoint of our personal experiences and how we're affecting the community, and we're standing for community. So I just want to make sure that people know that and understand that as well.
Yes, and thank you, Beth and Ramona. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves too. But I wanted to just thank everyone, because I know we've all gotten lots of texts and calls and people concerned about our safety, Harvey's safety, and everybody's watching because it's we have a similar struggle no matter where you live, no matter what's going on. There's a lot of stuff going on politically that is harming our communities. We have a lot of bad actors. And what we are hoping that the four of us, but also all of you, can be our good actors. We want to empower everybody and remind you that your voice is powerful.
Right.
So Ramona, do you just want to say hello and say whatever you want to say, and then we'll go to Beth.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. As you know, we're just here on a community effort, and your voice needs to be heard, no matter what it is that you are encountering. So it is important for us to make sure that we participate in our community by speaking about different issues and different things that you may encounter in the community. And this is the only way that our voices can be heard, is that you must speak up and speak out.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And I spoke out because of the incident that did happen July the 14th. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you all saw the video, or some of you did not see the video. It's important because we are trying to keep our communities safe. And we do not want anyone to be harmed because they are voicing their opinion about whatever it is that they want to voice their opinion about in their community. And your voice is important because we need to know what you want in your community and what you don't want. So those things are important.
Absolutely. And thank you guys. We see that messages. I noticed, Idol Quebec is with us, Cook County, Brian's Unlimited. Who else? No apologies. No apologies. Hey, hey. And Crook was very nice. He said, big ups, brother, the homie Amir Shakur. So that was nice.
Roo, roo, roo.
All right, Miss Beth, would you like to go next and just say
Yes,
whatever you'd like to say?
yes, my name is Beth, and I am a voice for the community, and I'm going to keep standing strong for the community, and I'm going to work with my associates, and we're going to keep working for justice in our community, and that includes Harvey, that includes Thornton Township. And so we were involved in an incident on July 14, and so we're talking about that, and we are really appreciative of everyone that has come into the chat this evening to support us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And hey to Blood Redeemed One, Melissa, grace and peace, everyone. Queen of the South, DD Love. I love it. I know you guys, just so you know, I got at least one request from someone who wanted to come, speak with us. So I'm open to that if you guys are, but I figured, we might
Open to that.
Yeah, we might as well just kind of say our piece first, maybe, and then after that, do we want to allow people in if they'd like to talk? I'm fine with that.
That's fine. Do you have any questions for me, Ryan? That you would maybe want me to address right now?
We can start with you, Beth. So, if those of you, if you didn't know, I had a hearing for protection order, or no contact order, against Jedediah Brown on Thursday, and I would have gone by myself if not for lovely Miss Beth.
I was there to support you.
Right, because these things are during the workday, so most people can't come. You know what I mean? And it can be stressful. You never know what to expect. So I really am appreciative to Beth for coming out and supporting me, and she was also an awesome witness. So that I really appreciate. I did get an order for a year. More of us were able to show up. There were probably at least 4 or 5 of us for Amir's hearing the following day on Friday. He didn't get the order that we were hoping for. But like I said, Beth was there, Ramona was there, some other people were there, so many people online were there. So we really feel the love and support, and we thank you for that. He didn't get the order that he was hoping for, that we were hoping for, but we're not giving up. And
I want to, and will it break that down too? Because I definitely want to explain a little bit about the wherewithal, the ups and downs, the pros and cons of that, right?
Exactly. So, but Beth, yeah, as someone, and then Beth, because you had some of your own stuff to handle, where you had to go to court for some from other stuff, just that just life happened. So, thank you. But how are you doing? How are you feeling? Because we know it's been a lot for you. You've had the most court of anybody this whole week.
I did. But I'm here with you tonight, and I'm here to be a voice for the community, and I will keep standing.
Awesome. And hey, Montague and Lighthouse says, keep pressing, everyone. Evil, Jed and his followers won't prevail. Well, amen to that. Amen to that. So I'm happy. I got my my order. And I think Mr. Brown had made a video after that saying that it was a victory for him. I mean, like I said, he says all sorts of things. And then I believe, he was trying to portray what happened for Amir's order as a win as well, but we don't think it's a win. But do you want to say more about that, Amir? Because we're definitely opinionated about how that went and with the judge and everything. And I'm just going to let the dog out. But go ahead.
Yeah, so here's what I want people to understand, and I'm gonna draw it with the most brief, specific, to the point narrative that I can. When we put these, when I put my restraining or no contact, no stalking order together, it was basically based upon what happened with the event on July 14th. And we didn't have the officials on the ground. We didn't trust the Harvey police to do the right thing. There was really no way to hold them accountable. And the only thing that I could do, the only thing that we could do is we used the courts just the way that they should be used in order to, first of all, give a safety measure, but more so, we used the courts for documentation, which is what they should. They should be able to keep the peace when no one else is able to keep the peace. That's what the judges and restraining orders and orders of protection, no contact orders do. Typically, they're temporary things, and they're issued automatically by a judge. And what they're doing is they're preventing a defendant from any contact. You know, there was a mob action. There was an assault that happened to myself, Ramona. Everybody on this live stream was a part of that. So, you know, the orders of protection are often called protective orders, but it's a very narrow, fine line thing, because what happens is, especially with cyber harassment and stalking and that sort of thing, these laws are just coming around because social media is so strong. But in the past, they've been used to prevent husbands from beating wives, or, you know, brutality from neighbors fighting each other, or warring fractions, you know. So if there was no level of peace, then you had to get an order of protection to make sure that people were what? Protected. So that's what we did. We utilized the courts the way that they should in order to keep the peace. Now that we've established that, we also got a win because we got documentation. And I will go so far as to say that Mr. Brown, anyone who's been following Brown, this thing is not about him, but he is the nemesis. And I'm not angry with him being the sole nemesis, but I would suggest that he's a mad dog. I'm not so much mad at the mad dog that's been let loose on the community, but I'm more angry and upset with the person who gave him a more credibility than what they should have gave him. And that person's name is Christopher Clark. So we are fighting against a city official who uses some of these different provocateurs, like Jedediah Brown in this case, or the Harvey police, to harass citizens. And he's weaponized the police against Ryan Sinwelski and Colby Chapman. And so this is what we started off fighting, and we became an unfortunate part of it. But we've utilized the resources that we had to, and we slowed this guy down. But guess what also we did? We got documentation for the road ahead. And what is the road ahead? I said I wasn't going to speak too much on it, but I will say a federal case is pending, and we are very welcome to that, because accountability has to happen. We don't think it's going to happen at county level. We don't think it's going to happen at state level, but guess what? The chances of it happening at a state level are spot on. And that's what we've already forecasted. We got documentation. We've got through the court cases. We've got a lot of lies that happened, a lot of falsehoods that were told. We've got all of that, and we're using that as our weaponry in the days ahead. And I don't care if these folks are listening in on it, because we need to let them know that they got a real fight, because they started a real fight with a real group of people who are really about the community. And I've heard these folks use the word advocate. Well, we're not just advocates, but we're activists, and we're standing for the community. So my thing is that what happened on Friday, what happened on Thursday, even what happened with Vivian Allen, has worked to the advantage of community. And we've really held a level of accountability where there wasn't any. So we've actually won. We've slowed these people down. And not only that, but more so, we've gotten documentation for the days ahead. So 2026 is going to be a stronger year for us. And as we move on to the more serious level of these cases, then you'll see the end result in what we've been doing and working up until this point, because it has been a strategic effort.
Exactly.
And I'll be proud to stand with you.
And I put I know Nicole Gooden had asked to come up. And okay, you had another question. Is there a way to make peace amongst everyone? So I also put in the comments that we are going to take questions, and then even if people wanted to come on stage, to, say something or have a question after we give our update. So definitely, think of your questions or comments or whatever. I'll continue to show them on the screen, as we're talking. So I'm not ignoring you, but we just wanted to kind of say our piece first. So.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want to say is that a point was made on Friday that even the judge asked me if I was an activist, and I told her, yes, I am a voice for the community. But she also wanted to know if I had my own live stream, and I do not. I tend to be a person who supports others, and I will continue to support what Ryan's doing, what Amir is doing when they go on live streams. And that's how I will function.
Mana J, we will address these questions like Ryan said in the order that he's established. But I will say that one of the things that we want to be very careful about is the narrative. It's not a level. I think we've missed the point of making peace because we're not the ones who caused the chaos. So what we want to do is what we're doing is working towards bringing peace and a resilience of peace to the community. And the only way to do that is to hold these folks who are acting outside of public interest accountable. So that's what our goal is. That's what we've always done. And that's what we'll continue to do. And folks like Kimberly, all in the queue, folks like Vivian Allen, folks like Melissa Crowley, we've been on the vanguard of this. And some of it unfortunate because we didn't ask to be, but because we are standing in that void, again, we're doing it for the purpose of community, and these efforts are going to make it better for anyone. So I think a level of, is there a way to make peace? Yes, it's a way to make peace when these people who are oppressing the community are held accountable. The people who committed criminal actions are being tried in criminal courts. Then there might be some residuals of peace, and that's our goal. That's when we'll see the level of peace.
And we wanted to also mention to everyone that, if you have experienced violence, maybe you're in a relationship or you have a family member that you're afraid of, and this person is abusing you emotionally, physically, financially, right? There's all sorts of levels of harassment and abuse that you might be qualified for one of these orders. Now, for Illinois state law, if you live together or you have lived together or you had some sort of you're related or you had some sort of romantic relationship, typically that would be an order of protection. And if you don't, like, for instance, I don't know Jedediah Brown. I had spoken to maybe a handful of times, but we never lived together. We were never close. So that would be a stalking no contact order, or they'll call it an SNCO for short. Amir was also dealing with a stalking no contact order. Sometimes you'll hear both terms and people get a little confused. What does that mean? So that's basically the difference. And then an order of protection is more directly under domestic violence. So again, someone you lived with or you were related to. But we want you to be encouraged. Yes, you can see the challenges of the justice system, but these laws were passed to protect people in these situations. So if you have questions about that, we're happy to help. We want to see the justice system work for people. So as we're learning, we hope that you all join with us and you learn as well and ask questions, and like we're just learning and trying things out as we go. No one is going to save you. No one's going to save us. You've got to be your own savior. You've got to find your voice. You've got to just try. And when you see, it could be something little you see in your community or something that's wrong, hey, figure out some way you can help. Not everyone has to do everything, but everyone can do something to make our communities better. But did you guys want to add anything about that? Because I know we said we wanted to talk about that educational piece of like, everybody can feel a part of this,
I'll let you guys go ahead, Ramona. I'm sorry.
One thing I want to point out is that we have to hold people accountable when they do things that does not profit the community. So violence, crime, this does not profit our community. It takes away. So we have to hold individuals accountable for the negative things that they do in our communities. And if those things go unpunishable according to the law, then we'll have people just running around doing lawless things. So that's one thing that's very important. And at some point, we do need to be educated on how the law works, because we really don't know it. So we're learning in this process ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a process that has to be done. If you understand what justice is, justice must be served. I mean, you can't have lawless individuals running around doing things that is affecting the community.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah. And hey, Plant Lady, I know Plant Lady joined us. Hello, hello. Wyoming, on the queue. Renee, thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah.
Everybody. Hi, thanks for joining in the chat. Thank you.
So, and here's the thing. Let's take a small segment study of the Southland of Chicago, one of the roughest communities. A lot of these communities are impoverished. A lot of these communities, we are in for a struggle with a lot of things, including, some of the laws, taxation, billing, so on and so forth. But the what happens is we can't allow ourselves to get so wrapped up into the struggle that we allow provocateurs to come in and take advantage of us at the same time, and know that they're coming in without anyone to stand up and be the voice of the people, voice of the conscious community. So that's why we are doing what we're doing, and I want to be very clear about that. If we didn't have these orders of protection, could you imagine going? And Ryan can tell you, we went for several months. We went and we went into the state's attorney's offices. We went into the police officials. We literally, and every time we turned around for several months, we were getting doors slammed in our face. We were literally having to get into verbal confrontations with these people. These people were lying to our faces. We were shut out of the courtroom, and documents were fraudulently changed around. All of this stuff has been documented, and I can guarantee you in the days ahead, it's going to work to our advantage. But could you imagine the people, the average housewife who got beat by her husband, and who's being attacked and harassed by a unscrupulous husband, and she doesn't know what to do, but she has no choice but to be abused and harassed? And how many times have we seen this thing play out? So the thing is that we want to show, and Ryan made that point, we want to show that there are tools and resources that you can use in order to protect yourself. And not only that, but we're willing to help people understand these processes, because we actually went through it and we tested the system to a greater or lesser degree. And we'll show people. An example of that is we got a court watchers program coming up, and we're going to be training people in the Thornton Township Citizens Action Committee and our collaborative media, social media organizations. We're going to be doing court watchers training for 2026, letting people know what to look out for when they're reviewing judges, letting the people to showing people what the alert signals are, how to report these judges when they act outside of public interest. Mm-hmm. Are these judges really working on your benefit? Are they doing things for their own personal benefit? There's prosecutors who prosecute people all day long who are ignorant of the law, and if nobody holds them accountable, they get away with it year after year. Same thing for judges. Ramona will tell you, through this process, several months back, we went into one judge's office or one judge's courtroom. He didn't even let us speak. He hollered at us and threw us out the courtroom. Am I right, Ramona?
That's right. Absolutely.
So, the struggle is real, y'all, but we are we've stood on the front lines, and again, the people who are involved, it's been a community effort. I don't see this fight just me against these guys. I see as we are being the voice of the people, and we are pushing for change, and we need everybody on the front lines. That's the way that I see it.
Oh, and Amir, I just wanted to add, I think it was, Melissa's comment. She said, I pray that you order the transcript and file a judicial complaint and find out when she's up for re-election. So that ties into what you're saying. In other words, even when we get rulings that we feel are unjust, we don't have to be passive victims with that, right? Like the first time that I went in, I don't feel that the judge allowed me to present my case and my witnesses like I wanted to. So I did have to file a motion to reconsider, not an appeal. It's actually a motion to reconsider, and then was able to feel like I, was able to present how I wanted to present. And then I did get my order. But that's a great point. So what can we do to hold people accountable? We can get transcripts. We can file complaints against judges. That's one option. You can always reach out when it's election time, because all the judges are elected. So anyone that tells you that the judicial system is not biased and it's totally impartial and all about justice, judges are elected. So
and the scales of justice, the scales of justice are not balanced. You know what I mean? No. They are unbalanced, right?
And no one teaches us that. In school, you are not taught that. You're taught, just you go to court, it's the law, and they do what's just and fair, and that's the judge's jobs. Well, it doesn't work that way, It's only when we make the system, be just that, maybe we can get some results. Nicole said they are not ignorant to the law. Melissa said, I bet if it was that judge's family, they would have ruled differently. Yes, I think that is exactly what Amir's talking about. Hello, Ryan, Amir, Ramona, and chat. Hello, Ryan. Yeah. Lud, you are right, and it applies to every elected official. Right, exactly.
So Ryan's case, in my case, the thing that here's what I want everyone to understand, and I don't want to get too I don't want to do the tit for tat thing, but here's the thing: 90% of our cases were similarly suited with incidents, narrative, and everything. We discussed these cases, right? So you had one judge who ruled for Ryan. There were, I'd say, a 10% of difference because of what Ryan went through personally. Maybe I didn't go through 10%, but 90% of what we went through, maybe a little bit less than that. I might be overdoing it a little bit, but majority of our cases were similarly suited. But his situation got approved. Mine didn't. Listen, I'm not worried about that. I'm not complaining about that. What I am complaining about is, here's the thing. We were never relying upon that order of protection. It was a temporary thing that was put in place. I want to say that again. But for one judge to take the same narrative and approve Ryan's situation, and then similarly suited judge, similar with a different court, and with the same level of information put out and did not approve it, it shows you that there's a problem with the system, especially in Cook County. It shouldn't be that way. So we want to be able to get through these different scenarios. So here's my thing that I wanted to say, and I want to show you guys something. And I want to prove a point, and then I'm going to throw it back to you guys because I don't want to I don't want to say too much because it's a collaborative thing. We accomplished several things on Friday. One of the things that Mr. Brown said was, listen, he tried to keep his address oblivious, right? You get Ryan, Ramona, and Beth. You guys are aware of that. He tried to, he does what a lot of criminal-minded folks do. They'll try to keep their address from being out there so they can't be served. And he said it on live. He said, I'm not going to be served. You're going to have to find me, so on and so forth. Guess what happened? Guess what happened on Friday, y'all?
What happened? Tell us.
He got served.
Tell us. Yes, he did.
and guess what happened on Friday, y'all? He'll be in court. I'll be in court with him on January 5th for a civil litigation action. Listen, you can run, but you can't hide. If these folks think that they're fooling anyone, they're only fooling themselves. So my thing is that, you know, our strategy has been a strategy. It's not us howling in the wind. It's not us hoping that these unskilled, these scales of justice that are unbalanced are working it out. We don't have those kind of dreams. But what we have to do is we have to try to utilize all of the resources that we can in order to hold these public officials and these provocateurs accountable. Jedediah question was able to cross interview or cross examine is what it's really called Ryan for probably how long were you up there with him? Probably for about 15
A
minutes, right?
while. A
And
while.
before,
Right.
besides Ryan is Beth, and you would have thought that these guys had committed a crime and they were on
Right.
trial the way that they were cross examined, and it's like,
I
you
was
know what,
harshly cross-examined. Yes.
should
I
not.
felt it was very harsh.
Hmm.
Right.
I felt that the cross-examination was unfair and harsh.
Hmm.
Hmm. And I know I didn't see most of it. I only saw the end, but from what I saw, it seemed that the judge was more than willing to entertain the random tangents that Mr. Brown was going on. And I'm like, this is just about a simple order of protection for someone that we have the police report, we have video. He and his daughter and others, me, Beth, Ramona, were assaulted and or battered, and like it didn't seem like it should have been that complicated. But then she was allowing tangents on what kind of eviction was it, and did you know that there was an eviction, and how long were the squatters? I'm like, oh my god, this has nothing to do. This is just a simple order of protection.
And she even said that Ryan shouldn't have even been on the street. If you fear this guy and you have a restraining order, why were you on that street? Well, hell, the last time I checked in the United States of America, you can go anywhere you want to go. You have a constitutional right as long as you're not threatening anybody or threatening the law.
Mhm.
So, you know, when someone says, you're looking at it all wrong, listen, you guys got to walk a mile in our shoes and then you'll understand. And I think that we are looking at the perspective right. And not only do I agree with it, but the activist community agrees with it. You have judges who agree with it. Listen, we have the system working on our behalf, but it took due diligence. It took effort. So my thing is that, you know, people could speak subjectively without having the information, but we are going in the right direction. And guess what? We've managed to slow these provocateurs down greatly.
Oh, hold on, I want to catch up on the comments. So Brian had asked if he could ask a question. So yes, please definitely hold your questions. We want to get to those. Idro said, well, Amir, the judge in your go outside if you want to bark. The judge in your case tagged you as an activist like Jedi. That's the difference with Ryan. Nicole said you're looking at it wrong. So we definitely want to hear more about from you later, Nicole. Blood Redeemed said that's why I'm always clear that I'm a citizen and a civilian. She also said, unless the law explicitly says the activist or advocates can't have a protection order, then she's applying the law wrong, and it's actually unconstitutional because it's supposed to be equal protection. Lighthouse said, right, Ryan. And No Apologies asked that was my question as well. Like, so we can't be on the streets where we live because just because I have an order of protection against someone who's harassing and has come after me, that doesn't limit what I can do. It's all about disciplining the other person who has shown that they're out of control and they threaten people. That's where I find it very interesting, when judges and other people start interrogating the victims. It's like, to me, there's no difference just because Amir happens to be a man or whatever perception that people might have differently, just because he's not like a quiet petite woman who has a black eye in the courtroom and is saying, Judge, I need this order because my husband's beating on me. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have a right to equal protection under the law. Everybody does. If he's being harassed, he was beaten. It's like, how much clearer could you be? But it's so interesting that we get into this victim shaming, right? Where it's like, if it was this little petite lady with a black eye, it would be, could you imagine the judge saying, well, Mrs. Smith, but why were you walking on a street in Harvey? You know that your ex-husband doesn't live there, but you were afraid, so you should not have been on the street. I mean, could you imagine? We would all be like, that's crazy. Like, just give the lady her order. But what? Because Amir's a man? that he doesn't, it's definitely not equal protection.
Wyoming had a question. I mean, are we getting into these questions? Are we as we go through? What are we gonna do? So Wyoming had a question, and
basically
she
are,
said, the question was, do you think the judge took advantage of the fact that you are representing yourself and no lawyer? No, the judge did not take advantage of the fact that the one thing that the judge did was this whole thing lasted for over almost 6 hours. And you would have thought it was a murder trial, the way that cross-examination was going, the way that, the witnesses were being interviewed, the way that evidence was being presented. But the judge looked at it as a standpoint of the standard of the law, and it's black and white. It's not technicolor. So basically, they feel like with no stalking, no harassment, if this is not my spouse or my significant other, then I could just turn off the TV or turn off if it's social media, I could turn it off and I don't have to deal with these people. But when you have somebody like a provocateur and a harasser, cyber stalking laws are very weak in the country right now because social media and technology is a newer thing. So they really haven't caught up yet, right? So, there's not really a level of deep law with it that really is effective. So basically, I can stalk a person online and I can go unscathed depending upon the city, the community, the county, the state, and it's a variable. There's nothing, to really say, hey, if I tell somebody I'm going to kill them next week, how many times have you heard of these guys who went into these supermarkets and they shot up these supermarkets, and then the FBI goes and looks and says, hey, they were saying they were going to kill somebody several times and nobody did anything. How many times does that happen? Right.
And don't forget that. Remember the murders that happened in Las Vegas. That was with sometime this year. I forget exactly when, but that was all because of arguments or harassment, on YouTube. Let's go to the comments. No apologies.
Streamers, Ryan. Those were streamers. Those people that they got attacked on the streets.
Right.
Because I follow Stephen Campbell. I'm not leaving Las Vegas, and he spoke about the whole thing that happened there. Mm-hmm. And those two groups, they had a beef between each other.
And if it would have been taken seriously, that could have been prevented. But the man and his wife were murdered on the strip,
Right.
So, but I just want to share these comments, and you continue. No apology says Amir was a victim that night. The way he got back up, I thought you had a concussion, right? Because you were a witness. And then Idol says, if I have a problem with the chief of police in my city, lives at the other end of the city, we best to go to city council every meeting until something changed, or go instigate a fight in front of his home. Yeah, I mean, we definitely are speaking up. Lighthouse says, the judge opened the case seemingly trying to discredit Amir's name change, but didn't clarify Jed's name changes. Also, Jed was ridiculously allowed to disrespect the court sitting on table. Oh, was he, Lighthouse? Because see, I had to be outside. I couldn't see. So I still kind of want to know exactly what happened.
Well, the judge did do something. Can I speak to that real quick? And I don't want to make this all about what happened on Friday, because we're through it. But one of the things that the judge was saying was, Jed made a statement in one of his video diatribes saying that he beat me into a name change. Well, first of all, we know that that's not the truth. We know that my name change, Amir Alakim Shakur, means leader, all wise, and thankful to God. It's a faith-based thing that it was chosen many, many years ago. It was God-given. And I'll be damned if I'm going to suggest that a provocateur beat me to a name change. So the judge literally asked me, did he beat you into a name change? And I said, well, first of all, I don't understand your question. What is the relevance of your question?
No. Wow. That's not how it went.
But for Beth, for her to even make that assumption and statement lets us know that there is a problem. There was a serious problem in that courtroom, y'all.
There was. I observed that. But the judge, she put her hands on her. She put her face on her hands for a few minutes. She didn't know which way to go with the case. And so
I disagree there, Beth. I think she knew which way to go. from what I saw, she
Oh,
clearly was favoring Jedediah. But to me,
so
I feel like she was being
why'd she put her face on her
because she
hands,
was
Ryan?
being pressured. She was being pressured behind the scenes.
Oh,
Amir said it. Amir said they had to shut down the Zoom comments because there were so much. I think someone or someones were behind the scenes, um, you know, saying something.
Well, the chief judge was actually watching. The chief judge of Cook County was actually had eyes and ears because there were over 200 people in this court, and it's on the Zoom. Somebody was actually being very disruptive. I mean, it was a lot going on. There were people who were trying to get the whole thing shut down. There was complaints. Listen, there was a lot of political behind the scenes play, especially, and I'm not saying it was from Jedediah and them people. I won't give them any credit. I'd say that because he makes this a lot of times he makes these things a circus sideshow. People were watching because they want to look in on the circus sideshow. We're not saying that they're acting on his behalf. We're saying that they want to view and they want to be a part of it because they want to see how things are going to go. But at the same time, on both sides of it, there are people who are looking in on this and they want to know what happened. So, with that, I mean, the whole thing was disruptive. It was there was a lot of things that were said, even from the judge's bench, that really she shouldn't have said. Brown was allowed to give more leeway than he should have, in my opinion. But at the same time, we got what we needed to get. We got him served. We will see him in court on the 5th. And just so y'all know, and I want y'all to watch this very closely, he's threatened me to take this to discontinue the case on the 5th, or else he says he's going to sue me federally. Well, brother, I want to be in whatever courtroom you want to bring me in, because there is no such thing as counter suing. And I am not, huh?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, on what grounds? On what grounds?
On what grounds does he even live and breathe in society, man? It's just.
You can't make this up. Amir, I want to address this, though, because Lighthouse had another great comment. Cross-examining the witnesses with diverted questions, which had nothing to do with Jed and his crew's illegal assaults. Why weren't the assaults addressed? I agree, because when I was in there and she watched my video, I thought it was very strange that she was playing Chappelle talking and other stuff, and she was saying, well, what were you saying here? And who is this? He's commenting, blah, blah, blah. But she barely played any of the fight. But what? How did that happen? How are the assaults just like ignored?
yeah, right. Why did she ignore the actual brawl and the attack, Amir?
She probably had it. I want to read this comment from who's that, Ryan?
This one?
Blood Red Redeemed.
She probably had an issue with squatters and was biased or has some sort of disdain for squatters judges, have personal feelings about certain things and make rules based on them. It could be.
Well, here's this particular judge has only been a judge for 2 years, y'all. I'm just going to set the narrative straight. And she came from the state's attorney's office. She was an associate state's attorney. So she had to deal with, especially out of District 6, which is Markham Courthouse, if she had to deal with squatters' issues and squatters' rights. I mean, you never know how these judges are going to be biased based upon their personal feelings. And the only way that you really know is you look into their backgrounds. You look into who they align with. You look into how they vote. You look if this person is a Republican, then they're going to be conservative about a lot of things, and they're not going to care about things like squatters' rights and things like that. I don't know why. We addressed it very clearly, and we're going to say it again real briefly. The whole thing with the situation with Jedediah, the police on July 14th had to do with an illegal eviction campaign that they started that we were wanting to videotape because we knew it was just that, an illegal eviction campaign. So this thing started in criminal and illegal activity. And for me, that should have been the basis for everything that comes after that, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
But why
that
was
makes
that?
Sense.
My question, because I came in at the end, But when I came in, it was clear that it was. I felt like the eviction stuff and Chappelle Hooks and everything, like that was on trial. Like, well, how long were the squatters there? I didn't understand. Like, was that how it was the whole time? Because when I came in, I was like, why are they talking so much about, like, why does that matter? It's very clear that this man was attacked, and then that Jed had continued and continues to make threats against you on social media. Like, that's all you need for an order of protection.
Yeah, well, Montague, what is it, 1023 had said something. Let me say this because I'm going to bed. However, the legal system is as good as you are. The judge is not obligated to side with you. However, each judge and attorney is different. Yeah, well, we want to be able to look at things not from that aspect of it, because it's a really abstract. Almost for me, it's almost the standpoint of there's a lot of truth, but then there's a lot of negativity into that. The legal system is unbalanced, and yeah, the judges do make a difference. It's not a matter of how good you are, because you can be good as hell. Evidence can be clear as hell. Hell, it's been people who have been convicted to life sentences that didn't do it. So my thing is that it's not a matter of how good you are. It's just who tells the better story and how much resources you have. Some of these multimillionaires who can fight these cases have gotten off because they have the money to fight the cases and they have good lawyers. So yeah, judges are not obligated to side with you, but the whole narrative that we're trying to provide tonight is that people have to persevere through it all. You can't allow yourself to be trumped and abused, especially in a city like Chicago, and not stand up for your rights, because if you allow it to go forward, then everybody's going to do it in a county of crooks and gangbangers and judges that are quick to hang us. You can't be a punk. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. You have to stand up for yourself. You have to persevere through it, because the court process is, it can be very lengthy.
Right.
And at some point, I believe, this is my own personal belief, that it is designed to discourage you to a certain point. But it all depends on your determination of how much you want justice done and served for yourself. You got to push through, and especially if you have quote unquote people in the community that are willing to go through the battle with you. So, but it's good that we do have people in the community that are willing to go through the battle, the fight. So, I mean, at times it's discouraging, but at times there are things that break through that make you want to continue to fight for your community. And it shows a level of that you are willing to go through it to get to the end of it, because this is not going to be forever. So this is a process, and we're all learning through this process. And this is a battle that nobody want to be in at all. So this is a battle that I'm in, and I'm committed to it to the end. And I have another battle that I'm fighting that nobody knows about. But I'm smiling through it.
Can you go back to the comment from Hydro Quebec? Oh no, thank you, Ramona. I'm sorry. Before you go back to that comment, Ramona, thank you for saying
I wanted to mention that because he was saying Clark is the master clown, and that's very possible. We know that there are things that were being talked about behind the scenes. So yeah, did you guys want to comment on that?
I want to know from everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that Clark. See, they told us. This is what we were told. Ryan, can I share this? Ramona, can I share this? Beth, can I share this?
You can share that.
They told us not to go to Cook County District 6. You know why? They said that because here's the thing. Mr. Clark is an attorney who has worked out of Markham Courthouse, and they're saying that he has a lot of connections at Markham Courthouse. And what I told Ryan, I said, you know what, why don't I try that theory out? and you can go to Harrison. I will go to Markham Courthouse. Whoever else will go to Harrison or wherever else someone else did, and I don't want to get into that other case. I just want to talk about what we're saying. There was another person that went somewhere else. So I was the crash test dummy for Markham Courthouse. And I'm like, what, let's see if that's true, because I'm not willing to give Clark that much power. I'm just not.
Yeah. So we don't really really know. Oh, thank you, Foxy. Foxy says she's gonna watch the replay.
Thanks, Foxy. Hey, Foxy.
Hey, Foxy Roxy, this is Beth.
Yeah, that's very kind of her. She was just being supportive. She was trying to be funny. Legal advice is never to be given out unless you're an attorney. I'm definitely an advocate for protecting ourselves, but our resources could be used for the greater good of the community. Yeah, no, I think so. I don't think that we're only saying to do things via the courts, but I think that it's one important part.
Especially when people don't have resources for attorneys, they have to know where to turn. So we want to show them a contrast, and if honestly, if everyone had to wait on an attorney or whatever, there's cases that wouldn't get done.
Right.
So, there is a such thing as pro se, y'all. But when you take upon that, there's challenges to it, right?
And Blubber Deemed again says, pull that transcript. Hi to my classmate Ramona. Yes. Hey, Random News. Well, Random News.
Random. We tried to play Random's video, man. I tried to play your video, and that judge shut it down, man. And I wanted to play the video of the fight that you edited, and I want to thank you for that, what you edited, because you did a wonderful job. You know what? I was like, man, Random's edit was just spot on. And she did not even she wouldn't even let me use the Harvey police report transcript of the actual police report of the arrest. And I'm like, you know what? There's something else here. But
Random, did you see that when I was the witness and then Amir tried to present the video and then she said, I see Toshiba. This isn't a real video.
Right.
We were all just like, what? Like
what? Yeah, I was so stunned by that.
Like, what have you been drinking, right?
And it's true. It was a screen recording of Random News's compilation of, because he compiled a few different clips of the fight, but the one that Amir showed me, when I was standing there, were clips from the video that I took. So we didn't say or do anything wrong. That was still the video. It hadn't been altered, maybe it was like paused or or something, but anyway, it was just so weird. So but thank you, Random News, for your great work that you've done. We really appreciate all of that. Also, Random, here's a question of mine, if you're willing to speak to it. When I mentioned your videos, and then the judge, because I said, yes, there's been other testimony about things, because I think I had mentioned in a post, about Jed abusing other people or something like that. And then she said, well, what do you mean testimony? Like from a court? And I said, no, not from a courtroom, but I said, still, people sharing information and things. What did you think about that, Random News, if you saw it? I'm just curious, because the judge was like, I feel like she was determined to, make sure that was not proper or something. But I was like, I mean, yeah, no, it wasn't from a testimony from a court, but at the same time, it wasn't, just hearsay. Like you actually had witnesses to the abuse that was alleged of Jed, and then in those videos that we all saw. So I mean, I don't think that was just hearsay. But anyway, that was just something. All in the queue says, unpopular opinion, the courts are utilized for protection. If you post a gun in reference to someone and the respondent enters that as evidence, how can the court view you as someone who needs protection? You can say, how would you respond to that, Amir?
Well, like say, for instance, I don't know if All in the Queue is talking about I actually posted a gun on my Facebook page, and it was in reference to the council doctrine in Stand Your Ground, saying that never again, saying that, we have the ability to use self defense to our advantage. So Jedediah did try to use that, and he said that I was threatening him. But then the judge disagreed, and he said, well, listen, he has a First Amendment right to self defense. He has a constitutional right to self defense. Now, if I had posted that same gun and said, hey, bro, I'm going to kill your ass, then I'm breaking a crime. I am doing things out of legal order. So, it's a very fine reference, but you have to make sure that, what it is, what you're saying, and how you're saying it in reference to the law, because, it can be used in different ways. And some of that can be used against you if you're not careful.
And really, everybody has a Second Amendment right to bear arms and to protect themselves from attackers. So I guess my response to that would be that the law was created knowing that people have Second Amendment rights to bear arms, right? So you could still be
the NRA was created for that reason,
Well, but I'm just saying you can be a legal gun carrier, even have concealed carry, and still utilize these laws. So I don't think necessarily one negates the other, but also like what you said, Amir, there's a difference between posting a gun to say I'm going to get you versus posting a gun saying I'm using my Second Amendment rights to be armed and keep myself and my family and my property safe. Because there's nothing illegal about that. As a matter of fact, you're literally just stating your rights, Yeah. But I think that was a good point. I'm glad she brought that up.
And let me say this, Ryan, and everyone, Beth, Ramona, everyone in the comments who are watching, you like, again, going back to the point of, and we heard this how many times, Ryan, that even Jedediah has said, why were you on the street? If you're scared of me, why are you, fool, right? You have a constitutional right to go wherever you want to go in public. For the same reason that, we asked him to be banned from public meetings in Thornton Township, which never happened. We never really expected it to happen. We hoped that it would happen. It happened in Flint, Michigan, y'all. The Flint, Michigan City Council actually banned Jedediah from coming to public meetings because of his alleged criminal activity that he had caused and the confusion that he had caused. So he got banned from the meetings. We were hoping for a similarly suited result in Thornton Township. It never happened, but at the same time, we were told, even by the police legally, we can't ban this guy from coming to public meetings. But then we had another group of cops who literally served this guy a restraining order and said, you can't come to the meeting. So again, it's really about the standard. It's really about when you're telling the story. It's the subjective, the timing. There's a lot of variables up in there, y'all. It really is.
Bob Redeem says, Montague, what are you talking about? A judge is obligated by law to rule according to the law. And I would agree with that. They don't always rule according to the law, but they should. Clark has a lot of connections at Markham Courthouse. Yeah, Random News says, nah. I'm sorry, Random. We're a little behind, so I don't know what you were saying no to. Maybe he didn't see.
Yeah, you asked a question in reference to did he see the video?
Yeah, he probably did.
Yeah, so he was saying, no, he didn't see it. Right.
It's hard to listen to legal information that's not 100% correct. Pro se does not get the respect you may want because they can't give you legal. Oh, yeah. As far as it's true. Yeah, a lot of times if you are pro se, the judges may not take you as seriously. But as Amir points out, it can be either too expensive or even if you could afford it, sometimes the lawyers just aren't interested in taking your case.
And unfortunately, people have to go pro se, so it exists for a reason because people have to use it. So the thing is that I didn't make it up. Ryan didn't make it up. No one else made it up. It's there. So, I mean, what do these people do? Do they just fold up and let themselves be abused? Or do they try to fight the case the best way that they can?
And Blood Redeem made a good comment. There are specific protections in the court made specifically for pro se litigants. I can show you the law if you need to see it. It is hard to listen. It's hard to read too. I think the point being, it takes effort, but that's where we were saying, like, let's all learn together and we want to help people so that, you can make the law work for you. Foxy says, I can't see how he can claim self-defense as he walked up to Amir and trying to see what law would okay that evidence. Right. Choose. Oh, hey, choose compassion. I haven't seen you in forever. Greetings. The lack of unity amongst the South End community is largely how this was able to go so horribly wrong, and it still doesn't seem to be clocking to some. No one says anything until it's them. Thank you, Choose. I think we can all agree with that, right? Everybody just says, "Oh, I'm gonna wash my hands of it. I don't want to have to deal with." Oh, Jed, he's so messy. Oh, those people, if they just stay quiet, Jed would leave them alone. Why don't they just stay quiet? Bullies don't work that way. Bullies like Jedediah Brown, they don't go away if you ignore him.
And provocateurs look for people to stay quiet because then they can run amok on the community like they want to run amok. But when you have people who stand for their rights, who speak out, who hold these public officials accountable, that is the best line of defense against those who act outside of public interest. So we got to be able to remain strong, stay vigilant, and keep your voice out there.
Absolutely.
Right. That's right, Amir. That's correct.
An ad that advertises self-defense devices, judges. Oh yeah, exactly. Self-defense.
I agree with that.
Oh, we got a 1. That's right. When you asked about Clark, okay. Surviving a bum. Ryan, Amir should have won instead of you because Amir was physically harmed, not you. No, I think we both had good cases surviving a bum. I disagree with that.
But surviving, I'm glad that Ryan won.
I lost 2. The first time I lost 2. I had to file a motion to reconsider.
Listen, we had a debate. Ryan, please tell them. We had a debate, and I'm like, Ryan, I don't think you should go back in there and try it again. I think you should move on to something else, so on and so forth. But guess what happened? Because we were at the courthouse. Ramona, you were there, and Beth were there. We literally had a debate. And Ryan, what happened? So we said, Ryan, okay, so we had an hour-long debate. We were in the courthouse. And I said, Ryan, if you decide to go ahead and go through and refile this thing, it's up to you. I don't think you should, so on and so forth. So we said, you know what? We settled on a happy medium. I said, Ryan, why don't you just go back and see what the specifics are if you do file it? What could be the objective? Guess what happened when he went into the office to ask the question? Guess who was sitting in the office? Tell him, Ryan.
Yep, right. Jedediah Brown was there, and he was in the process of filing an order against me, which, is ridiculous. But so this is what we're saying when you're saying you can't ignore bullies like Mr. Brown or Chris Clark, whatever. They will, if you're quiet, they see that as an invitation. They're like, oh, good, this is working. Let's go at him again. So they only understand people when people stand up and say, no, you cannot abuse me. Thank you, Tiki.
Right.
Thank you, Tiki. By having Jed's going to use this to tag you as a team or group, right? And he's going to do whatever he wants, but
listen, we as a community can't be afraid to stand up against provocateurs. They can say whatever the hell they want to say, whenever the hell they want to say it. It's their right to say it, but it doesn't mean it's the gospel truth. And the thing is that the best thing that we can do is just keep our voices out there and stand strong. He's already tried to say that we are a team rising against him, but the only reason why that makes it credible is because if he wasn't such an insufferable group of assholes that he represents, then he wouldn't have the same problems with a lot of people in the community that he has. And unfortunately, it's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. If you weren't harassing people, if you weren't going into businesses, beating up business owners, if you weren't doing mob actions on dark streets on 154th and Myrtle, if you weren't kicking the doors in and evicting squatters, being a private citizen as a provocateur, then you wouldn't get the feedback. So you wouldn't even be worried about the people rising up against you. So, we can't sit still and let people punk us. All right.
Oh, Blood Redeemed. Oh, you're killing it. Surviving bum. You are definitely a bum to make such a comment. Ryan was harassed and assaulted. Don't piss me off. Or stalked and assaulted. Right. I was gonna say, now obviously physically I wasn't hurt as much as Amir was, or his daughter, but the night of the 14th, Keisha Stokes did attack me. Beth was there, and she slapped my phone and my hand down, and
people have so many different aspects of this thing, and Surviving Bum was saying, because I was physically assaulted, he might have been trying to say, or they might have been trying to say it was more serious. listen, I am so glad that Ryan won his case yesterday, because now we have a contrast with two similarly suited cases that are 90% the same, and we can utilize that to help others later on down the line. And we could also utilize that to fight against these provocateurs. And I don't think the judge was even aware on Friday that this person who wrote, she said, was not credible. She said Ryan wasn't credible and Beth wasn't credible, but the day before they stood in front of a judge, and guess what? That judge felt like they were credible. So it says something, and it means something, y'all. Let's not undermine that aspect of that point, right?
And a different judge with a similar case, but like I was not hurt nearly like you were, Amir, said to Mr. Brown many times, I still don't understand. Why are you in Harvey? You say you're an activist. You can go anywhere. Why are you there? Mr. Samolsky actually lives there. You don't live in the community. Why are you there? He asked him that several times. And I mean, it's a legit question. He couldn't understand it. He's like, well, why do you keep coming back? And you keep going after these people in this community. And I'm like, I agree, Your Honor. I don't know why. You could go somewhere else. So, but now we know why Surviving Bum said that, because he says, Ryan, you're a bully to Black politicians. So it just sounds like a Jed.
Well, Amir, you were at work. You were at work on Thursday, so you weren't there in court on Thursday. But I was there, and I was a witness.
My work is the community. But anyway, go ahead.
I know. But
I'm
trying to say that due to your community work, you were not in court on Thursday. I was there with Ryan, and I was his witness. And the whole approach of the judge on Thursday was so different from the approach of the judge on Friday for your case, Amir. It was a much different approach.
Right. And that's why we can use that to our advantage, because we can use the strength of our testimony, the strength of these cases in these cases. That's why, who was it, Melissa, who said we have to get this transcripts? What she was right, because we already talked about it, and we're going to get those transcripts. But at the same time, we have enough valid evidence, even in the testimony of those transcripts, to show that these ops have been lying, twisting the truth. They're saying things. They're when you're in a court and you raise your hand and you're under oath, it is against the law to lie. So if we can show a pattern of that, then guess who's that going to benefit?
Oh, and Random News said, and again, thank you, Random, because I know you don't come on. I don't see you that often, so I really appreciate it. But he says, no point in going back and forth with Jed. Just expose his lies and ignore him and keep it public so others don't get fooled by that clown. He claims he is a public figure. Right. I agree, Random, in that I don't think any of us think that we're ever going to convince Jed. We know that that's never going to happen.
Yeah. He feeds off of chaos and confusion. If anybody was like a human roach, it would be this guy who lives and thrives in filth and in confusion, right? He is the perfect example of a big ass human roach. So my thing is that, you shine a spotlight on a roach, what they gonna do? They gonna run for cover, right? So that's why we have to keep this information out there. And one of the strategies that we've used, and I'm gonna be happy to say it, is we've kept some of the things exposed in random. For the past 10 years, that has been my goal, because we knew that later on down the line, and maybe this day was going to come where somebody else was going to have to deal with him or someone similarly suited to him. And, we had to use the information. That's why a lot of the videos that are left out there, that's why y'all are able to use those videos, because we kept them going. That's why even the videos that I didn't leave, but Random, you've been able to find, those videos are invaluable because they provide the people with information about the long-term habits of these provocateurs and how they play on the public sympathy for years and years and day after day.
That's correct, Amir. You're correct. Good.
Bryant asks if we're gonna have a city council meeting tomorrow. I doubt it. We're supposed to, but good for you, Brian. Thank you. I don't know what you were talking about there specifically, but thank you.
Won the case, man. That you won the case.
Oh, just generally. Thank you. I got $50 not meeting tomorrow, right? Because they're having a Christmas party. When you say community, please remember it needs to be the entire community. Stand with everyone who lives there that has been wronged. Everyone, not just Harvey, not just Dalton, everyone. Oh, I agree, Choose.
I agree.
I think we
I
do that.
agree.
But hey,
We
if
need to
there
stand for community.
but if there are people that you feel that we're forgetting, let me know. But I
And if,
also will say we can stand for people, but at a certain point, people also do have to that you have to do something for yourself. You cannot hide away from the world and not do anything to fight your own battles. So we're willing to come alongside anyone, but like for instance, sometimes we may not even know anyone needs help. You've got to at least find something in your voice to start advocating for yourself.
and I won't mix my words about Harvey because one of the biggest ongoing critiques that I've had about Harvey is that and Ryan can tell it, Ramona can tell it, Beth can tell it, folks who go down to the city council meetings can tell it. I don't see enough men going to these meetings and standing up and
Absolutely, I
and
agree.
making a difference. I mean, think about it like this: on July 14th, if we'd have had a group, a higher level group of men out there, I guarantee you that wouldn't happen. Or even going to these city council meetings. I can remember when Kobe Chapman was outside of the police station and Jedediah and his bodyguard were about to attack Kobe's uncle or stepfather or whoever he was.
Yeah.
And literally, they were getting ready to attack, and
Mhm.
had not the one woman who I don't know who she was, y'all, but she started being very vulnerable, and then the news were there. But I believe that he literally would have gotten attacked. So my thing is that Jedediah has said, "Look, I'm not above fighting women, children, elderly people." He said, "I don't care," and this is the type of monster that we got to stop. And
Right.
we can't be punks, and I hate to use that word repetitively, but listen, if you cower down to somebody like that, then they're going to get the green light to continue doing what they're doing. At a certain point, you have to pull these guys to the side and say, "Hey, look, this is where the bus stops. You got to get your ass off right here." Right?
And where are all the people who were shouting and yelling and dancing up and down like Mary Yvonne and Valeria Stubbs, who were with Jedediah and still stand with him? But now that it has been so clearly exposed what Jed and then the politicians that he's been working with or for, all the bad things they're doing, where are all those people? Because I know what you're saying, Choose, but I'm just thinking of Dalton alone, because Dalton has a lot has a higher rate of education overall per resident, has a higher rate of income overall per resident than Harvey or Dixmoor, say. Like, where are all those people? Like, where are they? Because they certainly came out in droves to Thornton Township and Dalton meetings, and now I don't hear a peep. Where
Yeah,
are they?
yeah. Well, Harvey's the totally different beast, and it's unfortunate that it's like that, but we won't throw Harvey away. We're going to continue fighting. And, when Chu says that, when you say community, it needs to be the entire community. Yeah, it's a two-way street, because here's the thing. If someone has an issue, they're perfectly welcome to bring it forth. And if we can lend our voice and our strength and our energy to it, we will. We've been wrapped up in what's going on in Harvey with this particular set of provocateurs, but we're not against fighting someone else or fighting for the community if it's an issue that's worthwhile. And that's why we're going down the roads that we're going, and being the voice and being the voice of conscience, because somebody's going to be able to use the track that we set down for their own benefit.
Right. And there's got to be at least a minimum amount of, if you are a victim, as scared as you are, you've got to be able to, we can come alongside you, but you have to speak up. You have to try to fight, even if it's just a little bit. You got to make some noise. All in the queue says the man that said him and Hassan were friends now. Is that true? What?
The
Hassan
man said him, and who was the man? All in Q.
Yeah, I don't know. Random news on the queue. What man? That's what I wanted to know. Got out of that groupthink mindset, right? A lot will change when Colby becomes mayor. I mean, that would definitely change some things. Yes, Jed a dummy. Oh, Jed a dummy. So
Jed
Jed
and the
and
dummy
Hassan
said
were
him.
friends.
I listen. I
Oh,
would be amiss to think that him and Hassan were friends after Jedediah and his punks sent Hassan to the hospital and brutally beat him. I would be amiss, and I don't have any information to elaborate any of that.
right. Oh, hey, Burgundy and Javar. I'm sorry, Javar. Possibly, if we would have been acknowledged, if it would have been acknowledged what was going on in Dalton, Thornton Township, it wouldn't have trickled to Harvey. Right,
Yeah,
right.
good
But
point.
because of random news and because of uh, the work of so many other great folks like on the queue, I think now no one in the Southland now has an excuse to believe that Jedediah Brown and all the people associated with him that they're still actually activists, right? I mean, do we? How do we feel about that, guys? Do we think that people still are allowed to think that he's doing good? Because I mean, I think there's been a lot of work, a lot
Well,
of things been said. Hopefully, people are
mhm,
learning
yeah.
about things. Do you think? Surviving a bum says Ryan, stay away from Thornton, meaning you don't live there. Napoleon is doing a great job. Okay, surviving a bum. You definitely are a bum. I agree with what's her name? Melissa about that. Actually, I do surviving a bum. Where do you live? I actually do live in Harvey. I do live in the township, and Napoleon is not doing a great job. Let's see, Javar. Yes, that's true. The track was set in Dalton. Oh wow, that's what he said. Can we get an update from Hassan one day, please? Oh, okay. So maybe Jed did say that he and Hassan were buddies.
Ramona, do you have any updates on Hassan at all? How he's doing?
Um, the last time I spoke to him was a week ago, and he was doing fine. And he had communicated to me that he was going to attend your your in past already your court appearance, but due to the time I was kind of busy, so I didn't get back with him on your court date, but I
Mhm,
will the upcoming one.
mhm, mhm.
He's doing okay.
Surviving a bum. Thank you for that update, Ramona. Surviving a bum. You know what? I think that everyone is entitled to agree or disagree and not be able to be dismantled because of that. Because if we start going down that road, there's a lot of things that people are doing that we don't agree with, but we don't have to walk like us, talk like us, so on and so forth. Is entitled to go to the township and disagree with the supervisor there. Would I do it? It wouldn't be a road that I would choose right now, but we've had those types of conversations. But I won't hold anyone back from what they want to do to express their constitutional right to agree to disagree, as long as they're doing it respectfully, which is what he's doing. He hasn't said anything that I feel is overall disrespectful, and he doesn't deserve to be attacked. So, if he's expressing his opinion, he should be able to do it, because when we don't have community, we have cult. A cult is people who walk like us, talk like us, and we don't want anything. We don't want those types of situations to exist. So that's where I have to disagree with you right there. As far as Burgundy Blue, I think that when we allowed Jedediah to go and call Tiffany bitches and all that in public meetings, and I've said it so many times, I think we were wrong for that. And I think that the public officials, Jason and all of them, I think that they hold some culpability in it. And I've said it time and time again, because never should that have been allowed. And even though I did not agree with a lot of things that Tiffany was doing at a point in reference, she doesn't deserve to be publicly humiliated and given a public platform for Jedediah to do it. So I think that that should have been handled way back when. The other thing that I thought was totally wrong was, going to his parents' house and standing outside of his parents' house with a megaphone. I think that that was way, way out of order, because, that was the woman's parents' house, or even, those seniors didn't deserve that, because, their daughter is a politician. So I think that that should have been handled better. So we kind of caused this little Frankenstein monster to become what he's become, but now we have to show the difference and show the contrast. Ryan, you have a look like you want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was just gonna get caught up with the comments. Thank you guys for commenting, but I'm just like, oh, trying to keep up. Lucky Pierre, come on, that dude is a straight bum. Gardus, hey Gardus, thanks for stopping by. Why don't you stay away from being a bum? Good idea. Brian says, Amir, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Actually, it looks more like domestic feminine abuse when Clark removes Colby or Jay Brown attempts to attack females. It's pure cowardly, weak energy.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chu says, "What we want Ryan? Everyone there exactly. No one should ever feel unwelcome in a public meeting unless you're like Jedediah Brown trying to start a fight with somebody, beat somebody up. You should be welcome. There is a city called Thornton. Oh yeah, that's the town, right? What's up with that Clark event? Oh Lord. Well, we can talk about that in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. It was cool when it was Tiffany Henyard and everyone jumped on that train or said nothing.
Exactly.
Pro se pleadings must be liberally construed and must be held to less stringent standards than formal pleadings drafted by lawyers. Oh, thank you, Blood Redeemed. Is that
Thank
true?
you, Blood
Where is
Redeemed.
that from? Where is that from? Is that like Illinois law? Is it a senior event? It is, and we will talk about that. Burgundy says appreciate it. Yeah, Burgundy, definitely. I know you had a lawsuit early on for sure. And I wasn't following Dalton that closely. I didn't know as much about it, but I hope you're doing well. I haven't been keeping up with everybody in Dalton, but it's the law, Blood Redeemed says.
Thank you.
And all that just because he wanted Phinia Dukes to get justice, and what he doesn't even talk about her anymore. So
listen, it wasn't even because he wanted Phinia. Listen, I've met Phinia. I've talked to Phinia a few different times. Whether I agree with her or not, listen, she has a case to fight. But this provocateur, what he's known for is he's known for getting involved in causes, sucking the air and the oxygen out of the shit, excuse my French, y'all, and then making it something all about him. He's parlaying it into something that's all about him. And that's what a provocateur does. He's the classic example of a provocateur.
The big Christmas party is tomorrow. That's right. Lucky Pierre will have a domestic order out on Clark real soon. That's what I want to see. I want to see when Christopher Clark and Jedediah Brown, I want to see, because they're both people who have long track records of lying and deception and attacking people. So I'm wondering who's going to turn on whom first.
Hey, and somebody told Clark he's not untouchable, man. You can be touched, bro. Just know that.
Napoleon's doing a great job by living in Thornton places to provoke Black leadership. Oh, okay. Well, I don't agree with that, but okay.
Napoleon's doing a great job. Can you go back to that one? I want to see that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty BS, but that's
surviving. You're trying to make some points, but it's kind of like you're really going really, really a little bit deeper, probably a whole lot deeper than what you. So it's really coming off real.
No, it just sounds like Nina Graham came on,
Really?
It's called herself surviving a bummer. When all else fails, when you're doing something you shouldn't with government money, just call somebody a racist or a sexist or whatever, and that's always good because anything but showing where the money's going. That's the name of the game. No one's there for the victims, right? Burn, maybe it's time. Bum, maybe it's time to go to bed. Hope these seniors don't get F like Jed said. Oh my God, that's a whole other thing. He tore her case up, and I'm truly sad about that. Yeah, Burgundy.
Yeah, that's sad for Nia.
And she should have gotten more support, but like I said, I wasn't ignoring Burgundy. I just honestly didn't know that was happening at that time. Justice for Phinia. Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking about Phinia. Yes, Phinia, right. Jedediah is the reason he has no justice to this day. She should have never linked up with that clown. A lot of people have said that. Yes. I watched every step of what should not have happened in any SA case. Napoleon is doing just as good as his stats were in the NFL. Now that's an accurate statement. I like that. Like that. Stats. Choose like that one too.
That's cold, y'all. That was a cold blow. That was a cold one. Now that was a low blow.
Okay, so do you guys you want to because we are just watching the time. If anybody wants to come on stage, you want to give that people that opportunity to do that, or Ramona or Beth, did you want to say anything before we do that?
No, I just want to say that I've been trying to do a lot of listening tonight, but I want to keep saying that I will continue to be a voice for the community. If you knew more of the story of my life, you would say, Beth, go for it. If you knew more about my background and my family history and things about my great-grandparents and my grandparents, you would say, Beth, you should take a stand. Because there are things about my great grandparents that are, I could tell the story. But right now, I just want to say, if you heard all of my story, you'd say, yes, Beth, you should be a voice for your community. My great grandparents came to this country when they were in their 50s, so that the generations after them would have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the possibilities of prosperity. They didn't own their farm in the Netherlands, so they were kind of poor. So they came to this country so that the people after them and their generations would do better. And many of the people in their, bloodline have done well. So they made a sacrifice to come here because they were in their 50s when they came here.
No, that's awesome, Beth. That's good. You're continuing on the tradition. Right. All right. Does anybody want to come on stage? You guys don't have to, but I don't know if Nicole hung on. She wanted to talk. I think she said she went to bed, but yeah, if anybody else wanted to, I thought D Love said she wanted to, but now's your chance. I want to give everybody a chance. We promised we would.
Everyone should have a voice. Just understanding when it gets down to name calling, think for yourselves. Yeah, when we're in the machine city, in the machine county, in the machine town, you got a lot of emotion and passion in the air. And sometimes emotion should take a backseat, but unfortunately it doesn't. And it leads to a lot of deflection. It leads to things getting out of order. And, someone has to be the bigger person a lot of times. So that's one thing that we always have to remind ourselves. We have to unplug the emotion and try to keep things on track.
Right. And when weak people, people that don't have any arguments, when they want to distract, what do? They go for insults, So that's hey, D Love, you're joining us. She has her cute setup with her mic and everything. You look like you're on like WVON or something.
Yeah, thank you.
With that and with your voice, you're like, hey everyone, this is Diana, and welcome to Rush Hour.
Yes. Hello to everyone and to the chat. I just wanted to jump online because I have been one of the most quiet person in this whole situation who was there that night. The unfortunate part is you really
you were there with me. You were there with me. Yes. You were there with me.
Yes.
You were there. Yes.
And it was so unfortunate because we see it on the computer, on the cameras, but to be there in person was so totally different. I'm shocked that Amir didn't get the justice that he wanted in court because he was really minding his own business. I was trying to figure who. All I remember was Amir was by his car, and let me say this: only person I knew that night was Ramona. Now, I did know Beth, but I just knew her just because I went to the Dalton meetings or what have you. And Ryan was all the way on the other end. I wasn't going to walk over there. But Beth said, don't go over there. We're going to stay right here. I said, okay. And of course, I moved up. But what that being said was, I just remember Amir. This is how it all started. Amir was standing at the car. I remember he kicking his leg up and somebody was going to grab it. And then that person came out the dark and said, why are you all here? And that's where it started from. And I had thought, Amir, I swear, Amir, I didn't think he was going to make it because the way you were hit, you hit the ground. And when you stumbled up, you could barely regain yourself. The next thing you know, they start fighting him again. I was like, Jesus. But as I was told, we didn't mess with you, did we? I say, I ain't saying. I'm like, I know you wasn't finna touch me because I ain't got nothing to do with this. So, but that's all I just wanted to say. I've been quiet. No one's asked me anything, so I just never said anything. I did get a message asking me, where's my video? The video's never hidden. You just have to go and look for it. So.
Oh, and YouTube Dramatic gives you a compliment. No apologies is out there at night like April O'Neil. I think it's reference. I love that. Hey, share?
Thank you, Diana, for
No?
being out there. I haven't really talked to you since that night. And I do want to say, so like me, I'm a strong dude. And even with my socket fractured and a dislocated finger, I want to make sure that all the folks out there, my daughter, Ramona, all of y'all were protected, and I want to make sure these criminals were taken care of. That's why I didn't go to the hospital right away. I was mortally wounded. The guy, when somebody kicks you in the face, like directly in your eye socket 7 8 times, it's not a lovely feeling. But for me being who I am, I'm a fighter. I've always been a fighter. I'm nobody's punk. And it take a lot to break me. So I mean, and the narrative by this fool was that I'm in fear of him. Well, never been the case, never will be the case, and it'd never be no next time. So my thing is that order of protection wasn't for me; it was for Jedediah Brown, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But what I will say is that the judge's narrative and a lot of these narratives that are out there, we'll stand clear of them because a lot of people, if you're gonna have to walk a mile in my shoes in order to really justify and say what it was and what it shouldn't be. You can speculate all day long. The judge said something about Ryan on Friday. Well, you certainly look good recording, but you didn't jump in. Well, I'm kind of glad that Ryan didn't jump in. Minister Pusley, the young minister who I've mentored for about 10 years, the one who has the inverted hands, he couldn't have fought. I wouldn't have expected Beth to fight. I wouldn't have expected Ramona to fight. So my thing is that I had to do what I had to do, and people don't know that he even hit my daughter, and I had to attack him again and pull him to a gate, and I did the best I can, and I knew I was mortally wounded, but I still had to engage because I was still trying to protect. So my thing is that and I'm glad that I didn't go to my car and get that gun out because if had I had done that, I'd be sitting in Cook County with an attempted murder or a murder charge as we speak. So God was with me that night. It played out like it wanted to play out. And I think that what we're doing now is the right way to go. And that's why we can't slow down. And that's why we got to keep going.
And
All
I
right.
agree with you, Amir, because I thought about it to myself also. I'm a conceal and carry, and I didn't have anything on me that night. And I thought, what would I have done if I had it with me? I,
Mm. Mm-hmm.
I just want to say this to everybody, thank you, and even the people that in the chat. And I I was with Diana tonight. She's right, and we both was in a state of shock. I think I was worse shape than she was because I was trying to call 911. I couldn't even call 911 the way that I was trying. I couldn't even do it on my own phone, and eventually I got through the second time they came on the
Mhm.
scene with
Mhm.
her. So
Mhm.
uh, I just appreciate her because I talked to her so much after this. I didn't talk about it, but I did. And it did greatly affect me, but it did not jog my memory at all. So, to say this to everyone, it was a horrible experience to be there and really see it in real time.
Mhm.
And there was some points that was during the brawl or the mob action. It was horrific. And it's like you wanted anything, but then you didn't want it because you didn't want other people coming to attack you because you knew that was kind of what was going to happen.
Mm.
And I did.
Let me say something. Let me say something. I have something to say. I I I I did not try to physically intervene, but I went behind the fight and I yelled for Jedediah to stop hitting Amir. And I did that because I'm brave and I did that because Amir is my friend. That's why I did that.
Mhm.
Well, uh, uh, yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying my own personal
I
thing.
understand. I
was.
understand. Yes, yes.
But Beth,
And
if those ladies and other people hadn't been there to intervene, I fear because I definitely saw that when I was filming. I really thought for sure that Jeb was just gonna come and start beating on you. Oh wow, that was so. I was like, oh, I saw his.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? He
yeah,
got so close to you. Oh, that was
yeah.
scary.
And Carlita and Carlita, Kobe Chapman. Not Kobe Chapman.
Chappelle.
Chappelle Hooks were there, and had they intervened, and all of that helped. So my thing is, well, hold on
Right.
one second. Let me just say this. My thing is that the narrative was that that this ignorant fool keeps saying is that he beat me down and so on and so forth. He went and got prize belts and said, listen, the thing is it's a criminal mob action. It was a criminal mob action by a group of people. It's always been that. And the thing is they haven't won anything. It's just that we have to go the long route, and make justice happen, because this police department is so corrupt. This city is so corrupt with these corrupt officials that, unfortunately, if it were Crestwood or Alsop or one of these other suburban cities, these guys would probably be in the county right now fighting a case. But unfortunately, we have to do what we have to do, but we are winning. So we want to dispel the narrative that this guy's won anything. If I stop doing what I'm doing, then we give him a win, and I'm not willing to give him that win, and I'm not going to. And Ramona will tell you, I've seen Jed in the courtroom at least 2 or 3 times. One time by himself, and he straight ran out of the courtroom just for point of reference. So my thing is that, and I would run too, but even the other day when he saw us, it wasn't the same narrative that it was in the past. So, all the psychological gameplay is, when we let bullies come into our communities and bully us, then we do the wrong thing. We stand up, we be the voice who we are, we stand strong, and we stand in resolve. And you're gonna get results. It may not happen right away, but eventually these bullies are tired down, because if you know every time you see me, there's gonna be a fight. Either you're gonna get worn down, or you're gonna stop in your actions, or you're gonna get, it's gonna be that one time to where you get your ass beat, and then you'll stop.
Mm. And
It's a fact.
several commenters pointed out, that the numbers were
number.
extremely unfair. So they
Yeah.
were. Lighthouse said three. Is that right, Amir? 3 males, including Jed, and 3 females.
Yeah, it was somebody hit me in the back of the head with a brick when Jed jumped on my back, and that's why I ended up on the ground, because I was really literally trying to protect my daughter, but somebody sucker punched me in the back of the head with something hard. I think it was a brick. Might have been Stringer, but I don't know for sure. And then that's when Jed jumped on my back, and that's when I ended up on the ground. And at that point, he was hit me in the face multiple times. And then what really did it for me was when I started getting the kicks to the eye socket. So, I mean, anybody under those circumstances would probably, and if I wasn't as strong as I were, I probably would have been broke that night. I could have even lost my life if it were anybody else. So, God was with me, and that's all I'm going to say. But listen, I'm nobody's punk. I'm nobody's punching bag. Neither is my daughter, neither is Beth, Ramona, or even Ryan. So that's why we're doing what we're doing, and we will not slow down until justice is won. And when we win, we're going to win for the community, because even Hassan didn't deserve what he got. The beatdown he got left him in the hospital. And you're talking about an 80-year-old man, close to 80 years old, who got beat down by these punks. These are truly punks, and justice is going to come for their asses. Excuse my cursing, y'all,
Yeah,
but
did
I
you
have
hear
to
how
be
rude
who I am.
when I brought that up though? Did you hear how rude Judge Fournier was? And I brought up that Jed had done that, and I forget what she said, but it was something like, I don't know, it was just very dismissive. I'm like, that happened. Like, there's proof of it. Like, that's not hearsay.
Yeah, so that's why we fight, Ryan, and that's why I stand by you. I'm so glad that Beth and everybody, Diana, I'm so glad that you were recording. And guess what? Had you got into the fight, we wouldn't have the video that we even had. Had you got into the fight, or even Minister Pewsley, when I said Pewsley, keep recording, because I knew we needed that video.
And what's crazy though for me, and I wanted to get Diana's perspective on this, because I don't know if you saw any of the hearing on Friday, but um, with all the footage and all the evidence, the police reports and everything, you should have been able to get your order, Amir, just on that alone. But Diana, what do you think when the judge was basically at the end there? Correct me if I'm wrong, for you guys that were in the courtroom, but it seemed to me that she was basically saying, "Oh, well, the brawl. It was, the oh yeah, everybody was going after everybody else." Where she was like trying to make it like both sides were equal, and I was like, "Is she really doing that?"
Mhm.
I mean, was
Um,
that right? And Diana, what do you think? Because you saw it; it was right in front of you.
what I'm
What?
gonna say is I tried to get into that courtroom. I stayed on to about 10:10, and I got this message just saying it's limited space, so I was not able to
Oh,
get in. So only what I've heard is what I heard on the internet. So I didn't actually get to
got it,
see it.
got it.
Yeah, the chief judge shut it down because it was over 200 people in there. There was a lot of confusion. There was gameplay. And I mean, it was just so much going on with that. I mean, it's the kind of side show circus that these people love to attract because they feel like they can thrive into it. So,
Mm.
it is
Well,
what it
well,
is.
we'll look at the transcript, but wasn't that the gist of it though, Amir? Like, didn't she kind of say it at the end where because she didn't even focus on the part of the video with the fight? That's what I didn't get. She was asking me
Yeah,
about when I talked to Chappelle or making commentary, and I was like,
yeah,
why aren't you gonna like watch the fight? It was so
yeah.
weird. And then to me, I thought her comments were she was trying to equate it to be like, oh yeah, and both sides were hitting each other, and I'm thinking,
Yeah, they
no,
were
that's
off
not what.
cue. They're off cue. Some of it, a lot of it I don't agree with on her. But, again, for me, the restraining order ran its course. It did what it had to do. I was thinking about going back into it. But again, on January 5th, I will be in court with these same fools for a civil lawsuit. And that even is a device for the federal lawsuit. So my thing is that we'll see how things are going to go. It's the fight is just beginning. It's not even over
Right.
with yet. And knowing this person who I've said, and I'm going to make it publicly known again, I'm not saying this person is psychologically deranged. Anybody who says that they can attack women, children, and elderly and not have any conscience about it, that's a monster that needs to be locked up, y'all.
And I wanted to say
Um,
this, and I'm gonna jump off. I think
no,
the
no,
most the most unfortunate situation or about this whole thing is it's
Mhm.
become a reality TV show, right? And
mm,
instead of these are people's real lives. Even what's going on in Harvey, we're not just this is not our everyday life, right? And all we asking is for to be treated as human beings living in Harvey. We don't want to be part of the reality portion of it, but we're forced to be in it, right? So nobody's wants to take Harvey serious because we are in this situation from the mayor down all the way down to the older persons, right? So
Mhm.
we're just asking, and I'm asking that we start to like people realize that this we are human out here and we want change and we want stores. We want everything when we go to the other side, across that street, what the next town has.
right.
We're not a reality TV. These people were hurt and injured on the streets of Harvey. Had it been another community, something would have done, and the community would have been there would have been an uprising.
Mm,
So I want the justice, if there whoever, to get on board. Let's stop this madness and stop making Harvey look like it's a joke.
And there's worse than that, Diana. I'm sorry, Ryan, and y'all, but let me say this. There's been questions lately about a murder cover up of a baby that was murdered. I don't know if you know anything about that. I wouldn't elaborate on it. I mean, but this is what I'm being told. So the thing is, where there's smoke, there's fire, and this corruption, when it starts, it's like fungus. It's hard to get out. So we need the voices of conscience to come to Harvey, or the ones who live there in Harvey. We need the men to stand up. We need the people to run this Clark out of this office seat. Unasked that seat
yeah,
is the question. It's not even, it has to happen. And, shout out to Colby and Tracy and the folks, even Ryan, y'all, the folks who we stand next to, yourself, Diana, Carlita. But, I know that y'all can't do it alone. So we need the community to
mm,
come up and stand strong going into this next year, and let's get these corrupt ops out of office. once and for all, because they haven't had this level of public scrutiny that they have now. He's never ridden up against public scrutiny like he has now. So if we keep highlighting it, if we keep the information flowing out there, then people start paying attention and they start talking through attrition. Next thing you know, they'll be gone. And then maybe we can, the next leadership who was accountable to the community, then we can start growing from a ground zero base.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, but how long do we, Amir? But how long do we have to wait before we grow? Right?
Hey,
We don't have
2017 is where it starts at, though, Diana. 2017.
2017. We got
20,
this.
you mean
I mean
2027?
2027. I'm sorry. I'm
I'm
going.
like,
Wait a minute. It should have started in 2017.
that's true
Right.
though.
Or even before
I
that.
appreciate you, Dee. Thank you for
Appreciate you
coming on
back.
and speaking, Dee. I
I
love you.
love you back, and I love each and every one of you all. And I'm going back to the bushes.
Oh no! Don't say that, Diana.
No, no, no. Love you,
Pause.
Dee.
Bye.
All right.
Later.
Now. All right. Peace.
Thank you. All right, let's catch up with some of the comments. We have Cheryl. I think we would agree. The judges, police, everyone there is so corrupt. That attack that night was totally choreographed and in conjunction with the cops. It was obvious. The evidence certainly does seem to indicate that. Jedi was not there to sell chocolate. Nope. I agree, Amir. He's going to kill somebody.
Yeah.
So glad you're okay.
He is.
Judges there are corrupt, plain and simple. The attorneys in that area are corrupt too. We'll see if his partner gets the same special treatment at Markham. Ah, that's right. So don't forget, you guys. Yes, that will the proceeding with Raheem.
Mhm.
In that Zoom, Idro says in that Zoom more something. I'm muting them, making noise. There's another one sucking a big lollipop. Really?
Oh my God, that's crazy. Distractions, right?
Yeah, we'll see if his Rappy get the same kind of treatment as he's been getting. That judges there are appointed, not elected. No, they're actually elected. Well, there's all kinds of animals running with right. Yep, we don't have any animal control. It's sad what's being done. The political aspects of it has to be left out of court, focused on the physical aspects of the no contact order.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Good
How
point.
does a recall by the residents work? I wanted to push for that, but we cannot recall unless the first referendum would have to be allowing recalls for like the city of Harvey or whatever the board is, and then you could actually do a recall. But yeah, I'm for recalls. Y'all should try to get people like Chris Moore and others to come on your show. I'm sure they have things to say. Oh, Chris Moore. Oh Lord, I don't know about Chris Moore, but
Well,
I know.
yeah.
I mean, I'll let people share, but you have to be careful. If it gets into defamation or stuff, then I'm like, no. Judges in state's attorney's offices don't want to get involved with politics, considering that's the only reason he's getting a little leniency at Markham. Cheryl says, love you, D. Sending love and prayers. Thank you. Charged them 304 as a fee. What are your thoughts on Tyrone Muhammad and Kirkland? Okay, Tyrone. I really don't know much about him, but does anybody want to answer that or no?
It's when it becomes political, like someone said, then Tyrone Muhammad is someone who I've stood next to in the past, and there have been things that I've seen that I respected. Actually, he was even out at Harvey at one point. I don't know if y'all realize that when
didn't he come out to a meeting this summer?
He did. He really did. So my thing is that he's been on the ground at least once or twice, and he makes some good points as far as the thing with the gun and all of that. I mean, like I believe that anybody who acts outside of the law, if they want to take that chance, then they deserve to get punished. And I mean, if they get caught up with it, let them get caught up with it. But I mean, for instance, know that we have to distinguish the people who are out there in sincerity versus the people who are out there, when things become political, we just have to really call it for what it is, if that makes sense.
Right.
And Tyrone's situation is somewhat political, so that's why he can maybe get caught with a gun, and then the police say, hey, let him go or whatever. It's a political thing.
Well, and what some people have said, which could also be the case, is that there was some sort of article shared about that incident, and then Colby Chapman's name was shared, and but several people said, oh, I think that looks like a smear, that Jedediah or Chris Clark are trying to do with Colby, and that it could be possible as well. I mean, I personally, I just don't know the guy. And I don't
Yeah,
know really know much
yeah. I
about
mean, I choose to, hey, if he want to get caught into that, then let him fight his own thing. It's nothing that I would get involved in or even engage in.
right,
And I wish him the best of luck, but we got our hands full with a lot of serious matters right now. So
right.
we definitely have to focus on what we got ahead of us.
Yeah. And give everybody, I think it's fair, give everyone the benefit of the doubt, unless there is
Hmm.
clear evidence that something wrong was done.
True,
Don't be too quick to throw people under the bus. So,
true.
oh no, Cheryl, this is a different Moore. This isn't William Moore. This is Chris Moore. But Chris Moore almost got into a physical fight with Keith Price a few weeks ago.
Mm.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, Sheena. Choose Compassion's listening. Cheryl, it's the only time Jason was funny. Jason?
I
Okay,
don't
I don't
know
know.
if did I mean
He was
Jason from
obviously
Dalton.
mad. Yeah, but for me, it was funny. Okay, I don't know. Did anybody else want to come on? Diana came on. Just let us know. And
Ramona,
then otherwise, if you guys have anything else to add, yeah, go right ahead.
Ramona, um, Ramona, you are taking the mantle. Would you like to say something about the Court Watchers program? Just a little bit more. I know we have limited information about it, but I know we were in discussion about it earlier. Would you like to say anything about that?
Um, what I would like to say, I think that is something important that maybe the community would like to think about participating. Since when we talked about it before we got online, I'm kind of interested in it myself because I think it's something that would be helpful, and then if and when anyone has to go to court, then we can be a help to someone else when you go to a court case because you have been the court watcher. So it could be some information that you can draw from attending courts. Court Watcher, I'm sorry, it's called the Court Watcher. That is a program that should be kind of interesting to the community. And I'm not sure how large it's going to be or how small it would be for people to be in attendance and what cases you would be assigned to, which would be something good for the community to have access to a court watcher.
You
And it's
talk.
pretty good. It sounds pretty good for me because I'm free. I know a lot of people don't know, but I'm retired, so this is something that I could do to help my community.
Yes, I
Uh,
was gonna say retire. We love retirees because they can go to things during the day. But you can still be involved even if you're not a retiree. At least for a lot of this court stuff, you can view it on Zoom. I mean, there's so many different ways that people can help. But I want to echo what Amir and others have said though. Like where are more people in general, but also where are the men? Like where are the guys? There's all this stuff in culture about how, oh, I'm such a masculine man and look at me, or like, oh, I'm into the street culture. I wear these clothes, they show I'm like tough, like I was in the gang, even if they're not, all this. But like when it really comes down to being a man and showing your masculinity and being tough, isn't the essence of that using your strength to protect those who are weaker, or to stand up for those who are being harassed and oppressed? I mean, where's all that, right? Because you see people posting all the time, about how masculine and tough they are, and macho and whatever, and they're so gangsta. But then why don't we see these folks coming out? Like we really would appreciate having you. And also for those same guys that think that their significant others, whoever they might be, or their children, aren't going to be affected, or they aren't affected by all this corruption and everything, or that they wouldn't be the targets. I mean, I hope you do think of that. So if you're silent and then you're like, oh man, but they did this to my kid at school, or my wife, they robbed her, or whatever. Well, duh. Like, if you don't fight evil, it's going to affect everybody, not just you, but those that you care about in your life. And are you just going to sit around and wait until it affects you, like Choose Compassion said? Or are you going to get involved and say, hey, why don't we work on this so that, I don't have to wait until tragedy happens?
Right. That's right. And that's a very good point, Ryan. We have to get involved. If we don't get involved, then we don't even understand the power that we have and how we can utilize it. And if we don't get out here and get involved, see, I'm involved in my community now. I wasn't always involved, but I'm involved now because I just didn't know where I was going to fit in my community. But now I know where I fit in. So we have to, it doesn't matter because if you are a senior or if you're a young person, you're a middle aged person, you still can get involved. And I can tell you how you can get involved. You can go to these different functions that they have, and that's how you get out there. That's how you get known. That's how people recognize you. That this is what happened to me. And everywhere I go, Ramona, I'm like, who know me? Who is this? So you will find out, and you can connect with really some good people. You have to do it for yourself.
Absolutely.
It
And
does help
everybody
grow.
has a unique voice, right? Like, so I can't speak exactly like you can, Ramona can't, Beth can't, Amir can't. We need you, whoever you are. You might say, yeah, but I only went to high school, I didn't go to college, or I'm from this place, or my voice is too low or too high or too quiet, or I'm too fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too tall, I'm too short. That's okay. Everybody's insecure. I have a secret for you. No one likes the sound of their voice. No one likes watching themselves on camera. Everybody gets a little nervous, maybe speaking their mind. But if you realize that everybody's pretty much in the same boat, like, just be yourself
Mm,
and be your voice, because no one else has your voice.
right. Your voice is powerful, whether you know it or not. Your voice has power to it. What you say and
And
Absolutely.
what it is that you need to say it and say it aloud.
Right.
Nobody can hear you if you're quiet and stay in the house all the time or whatever you do. You
Right.
have to you have to be seen. You don't have to be seen all the time. Just sometimes.
Right, exactly. Just find something that you can do. Go to meetings occasionally. Choose gave another great example here. She says you can visit your local law library to learn the laws, to do more than
Yeah,
court watch. And there's so much stuff even online. You don't even have to leave your house nowadays.
that's true.
Um, Now, another comment: staying focused and away from personal dislike is relevant for community work. Absolutely, and
oh, I like that. I love that comment too.
I
Very true.
absolutely agree with that. Yep, yep.
Thank
Because
you.
however we feel personally about people, right, that is totally separate from holding them accountable for how they're treating the community,
And,
especially if someone is in a position of power.
and everybody's
And I
not going to
believe,
be a mini me. Everybody's not going to like what you like. They're not going to walk like you walk, or they don't have to talk like you talk. That's what community is all about. And there are going to be times where we disagree. There are going to be times where we have to agree to disagree and move on. But I'm not going to hold Ryan or Ramona or Beth at ill repute because of something that they said that I don't like. But what I will do is try to find a way to join them in solidarity and on platforms that we can stand and work together on. And that's what we've done. That's what we're doing here.
exactly, exactly. And I
Hello,
wanted to welcome
everyone.
Foxy. Yes, hi,
Hey.
Hey, I was listening in
welcome.
between my show and you all show, and there's a lot of things that y'all stated that was correct. And there's a lot of things that for me on the outside, I'm not there wherever you all live, but my heart goes out to you all because, as I always say, my family could be living there. It could be my family that's being affected this way. So, my heart goes
Foxy, I
out.
love you. I love you, Foxy.
Oh, I love you too, Beth. My thing is, you know, there's a there's a way of doing things and there's a right way and a wrong way. Sometimes we all grew up where our parents say sometimes people no bad attention is better than no attention at all, and some people strive on the bad attention to make themselves feel important. And this is what I'm
Yes.
seeing through it with this issue with this certain person. I'm not even going to give them a name. This certain person is no bad attention is better than no attention at all, and it makes them feel important. And sometimes we don't, and I know myself, we give them more power because they want to be important. All you hear is on here. I hear all of y'all addressing different people and yourselves in the community. You constantly say community, community, community. This person is not really concerned about the community. Because if you're concerned about the community, then you would do more engaging into the community and the issues they're going through. You all don't even have, okay, you have don't even have a pharmacy, but you have
Mhm.
a drug, weed dispensary. What has that got to do with a baby that's sitting up here that need medication?
Mhm.
What is
Right.
it going to help with a senior that need medication, a person on disability that need medication? That's not going to benefit them. They still got to go to another city, town, or village to get their medications or order it online. Number two, you don't have a grocery store. Every community mostly have a grocery store. You shouldn't have to go to these places to get food free when they can go in there and have pride about themselves and walk in there and buy their groceries, buy what they want, eat what they want, pick
Mhm.
what they want. They shouldn't have to go to, places that give out free food just to survive and eat in their own city. I have an issue with that. Then you sit back and you got a line of people paying all this money for frivolous tickets. I mean, frivolous tickets.
Mhm.
They're not
Mhm.
tickets worth a damn. These are frivolous tickets, and you sitting up here making a mockery of the law because that's a mockery of the law. So, because somebody's grasses ain't but a certain height, you gonna give them a $200 ticket? Come on, that's making a mockery of the law.
It's called exploitation, Foxy.
I know, and to me, being in the law enforcement in that era for 35 years, I feel like you slapping me in the face by doing this to the citizens. You're not looking
Mhm.
out for the citizens. You bankrupting the city. You bankrupting the people. How they supposed to survive when you snatching their money every little bit? They feel like, okay, I'm gonna get ahead. Whew, finally I'm getting ahead. Oh, you got a ticket now. Here go $200 taken out of your income. You got a lot of people there in Harvey that's on fixed incomes. You
Mhm.
take it, they're trying to survive a month out of that fixed income. That could be towards their medication. That could be towards their home health aid. That could be anything that's detrimental to their health. And you snatching that from them. I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about it because I get so angry
Mhm.
how this administration there in Harvey is just making a mockery out of the city. And they not, and you sit back and you got your chest all out like you doing something grand. And your city look like a, how you gonna, I call him King Dingaling sitting up there on the throne, and you ain't doing shit to the damn place. The
Yeah.
place look like,
Mhm.
how your king, how you gonna sit up there King Dingaling on a and be a king of a kingdom, and your kingdom look like shit? Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I'm just okay. I'm gonna
Right. It's
digress.
true.
I'm
No,
gonna
no,
digress because
Mm.
it upsets
it's
me to
true.
see the conditions y'all going through, the mockery that he's making out of your city, making y'all look like the mockery. I mean, a real okay. I have to give it to Tiffany. I didn't like Tiffany, but one thing that the girl always made sure the people have food to eat. The girl might not have done everything right, but certain things she did do right in the city, and she was looking out for the seniors and the children. This man ain't looking out for nobody but himself because I ain't seen shit he's done that have benefited the seniors or the children in that city. Not one damn thing. I'm waiting for a video to show me that. Now I seen Kobe just like the day she look what she did for the kids and the seniors in the community. That was beautiful what she did today. I
Right.
seen her do and this, wait a minute, and this is people, this is the lady that's not getting no money help from the city to sponsor this stuff. She getting sponsored from outside of your city. But yet here's your mayor ain't done half the shit that she's doing in her ward for the city. So help me to
Mhm.
understand where we standing here. The math ain't mapping to me. I'm sorry. I'm not seeing the math here where you got a mayor and your city look like shit, but then you got an older woman who's in a ward and her ward is doing way better than the city. Help me to understand that. Maybe I've lost something in that transaction. The,
Mhm.
the ward too is doing better than the city itself. Help me understand that. I ain't seen nothing from the other wars. Help me if the other wars are doing something, show me, cause I ain't seen shit y'all done. But sat back and kiss his ass and have brown shit on your nose. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My mouth is a little off tonight. Sorry. I'm just angry, and I'm just so angry that I just want to choke somebody in that administration. We have enough going on in the
Mhm.
United States without them, somebody tearing up their own city. Look, we found it. Look how many years it took us for us to be able to have a mayor that is, to be in the position he in. And now you in that
Mhm.
position and you're making a mockery of your job.
Right.
But I'm
There you
sorry,
go.
I'm digressing. I'm backing out.
No, no, you're fine. I wanted to just show. Let me show a quick clip of some of yesterday because you're right. It was so positive. Let me. I just want to bring that up to kind of give people an idea of what went on yesterday. So there was a Christmas event at the high school, which was awesome. We add it here. There we go. Oh, and then sorry, Cheryl was saying something about the fines with the grass. Yeah, what happens? Sorry, you're going through all this nonsense. Isn't that part of the problem? People that don't live in a place don't have people in that place, but quick to report. So now 42 people reporting the same story they heard. Yeah.
Well, Ramona was really excited because she's standing there with her mouth open like that.
Oh, it just happened to be the moment you thought it.
How we can hear.
So this is a little bit of that event. Look at all the people.
That was nice, y'all. Beautiful.
Yeah, and you said we report on what we see.
And
Yes,
this
this
is
is what we see.
Carlita. Carlita and her, husband. Unfortunately, we tried to save their homes on Myrtle. We really did. They were forced to sell, but they're still involved in the community. So they had like a nice craft table. They had a train, empty houses. Oh, look at all the people! All those people were lined up. There's all in the queue. She's helping at the crafts table. There were a whole bunch of people. They were all lined up to get their gifts. That's what they were.
Information. Right now, I just moved, so I'm trying to set up place so I can do my work. So
This is Carlita's husband. He's a local artist. He's from Jamaica.
people can find out the information.
I wanted to show you his work too. Let's see.
Just moved. Well, Jerry used to live in Harvey. Unfortunately, we fought very hard for them to.
Isn't that cool?
Running against Kiana Belcher. Yes.
And then there were a whole bunch of tables. I talked to the lady.
Many of the videos that go via Cash App, and that's Puppy One.
There were different organizations.
But
I had some historical society stuff out there. Yeah, so it was good. It was a good time. So I just wanted to show people that. So if you didn't know that went on yesterday.
And it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I was watching the different clips from different content creators, and it was so beautiful. And I thought that was, and think about all of that was going on did not come from, each ward get a certain percentage. I think it's every month, Amir or Ryan, is it every month or
they can get reimbursed up to $25,000 per year per ward, but according to records that we FOIA'd, neither Tracy Key nor Colby Chapman have been reimbursed for any of their expenses, whereas some of the other aldermen that vote with Clark have been reimbursed.
And that's what I thought. And see, I have an issue with that because look at all that she's doing for her ward, and she's not getting reimbursed. This is, and I thank God for people to help her to make these things happen. I really get my hats off to her for that. That's why I'm going to campaign, and I know I can't vote, but I'm going to campaign. Colby Chapman 2026. Hell yeah.
Right.
Shout out to Kobe. Shout out to Tracy. Shout out to Tracy Key. Shout out to everyone who's trying to make a change in Harvey, because your efforts are needed, especially in the days ahead. You know, Ryan, Ramona, they are there. You know, they Beth and myself and folks like us who are there supporting the effort. You know, we have a struggle, but we are not giving in, and we're making a difference. So let's just keep standing strong, keeping our voice and resolve, and let's recognize the leadership where it is, because people need to see things like they saw yesterday, and the more that people recognize it, then they can see leadership in action, to whereas they haven't seen it.
Absolutely. And I also wanted to bring up, instead of having a city council meeting on Monday like we are supposed to address the crises in the city, including almost half the city staff laid off, we don't have firefighter coverage like we should, police, etc. This is what is scheduled to happen. This is from the official City of Harvey Facebook page. It says, join us Monday from 6 to 9 for Christmas with Mayor Clark. Food, entertainment, and gift included, 14618 Lincoln Avenue. And it's so funny because I noticed on the flyer, they didn't put the name of the church, but that is a church. St. Mark's is the church's name. And I'm thinking like, who, why would the pastor agree to that? That like, oh, I would never let these, Jedediah and Mayor Clark use my church for something. But anyway, RSVP required, only 200 slots available. Harvey seniors only. So we know this is just a vote grab, right? They're just trying to kind of bribe people.
And what it is it's a publicity campaign, and it's a bad one at that.
Right.
Coming from a failed mayor.
Here. But look, Amir, look. Who's one of the sponsors right here?
For the vultures, some blood-sucking mindless zombies, and they're literally trying. This is a publicity stunt, another one of people just trying to take advantage of the community. Who has to reserve for a public forum for seniors? It just defies logic. But the thing is that it's no surprise. We know what it is, and we know the way, the path, and the terrain ahead, and that's to keep calling these publicity stunts out for what they are.
Right. So For the Culture's Jed's group, and Crook says this is what Jed put $6,000 up for the senior. Absolute leeches, right? Saint Center. And then Colby just did this awesome event for anyone, right? Not just for seniors at RSVP. And has not been given any city funds. Now don't forget the other sponsor though. Remember the other night on one of my lives, we researched this global real estate development group is linked to John Groff, who I believe has been associated with Jedediah for some years. So this is definitely not good. And then John Groff is linked to the group that in the last city council meeting on October 27th, the Turlington Homes company was given a whole bunch of city lots. So I mean it's pretty bad. He said that at Ryan's court hearing. Oh, he did. Yeah, with the 6,000. I can guarantee you, Cheryl says, Jed is being paid by Clark under consulting fees. That's one of the reasons why we want to see those city books. So was this already paid for? Why was Jed begging for $6,000 6 days before an event? That's what I want to know. I'm really confused. So
let's not be confused. Let's call it for what it is, because he's a provocateur and he uses whatever he can use in order to misrepresent and leech off the public. I mean, there's no confusion about that, is it?
He's just scamming for more money, basically.
It's just a grift. That's all it is.
I'm still trying to figure out, okay, you doing so. My brain is just, I'm trying to, understand this. You're doing so much. You're stating that you're doing so much for the city. I'm saying it again, I have yet to see you do anything grand for the city of Harvey that can go down in history, that has said that has made a change because of this person coming to the city. I mean, something good, not bad, something good that can go down in the history of Harvey to say that this person has made a drastic change in Harvey. I'm waiting for that. I'm still waiting.
Don't hold your breath.
I'm not gonna hold my breath.
We don't want to be coming to your service. Okay.
Right.
No, I ain't holding my breath. I'm
No,
like, and
right.
then did anybody realize that he said now when he left Dalton, he
Hmm.
went to Flint. I mean, y'all have said it, but I'ma say it from an
Mm,
outsider of the area. He
Hmm.
left and he said he came to Flint. I mean, came to Harvey. That's Ramona and all of y'all had turned around with the tape of your mouth. And then he said, "Oh,
mhm.
I came there. They got it." He went straight to Flint. The only reason, and I said again, he can come at me all he want to. The only reason he came to Harvey is because Flint told me he wasn't allowed in Harvey. I mean Flint no more. If he crossed that line, besides going to court, his ass gonna get locked the fuck up. He ain't gonna tell y'all that. He know that was the reason
Mm,
why. He know that's the reason
right.
why. And then he's not allowed. He's not going to Chicago and turn up because if he really was a advocate and he really concerned about the people, why don't you go there to them that lady and them kids that got attacked by them kids? Why don't you go there and
Mhm.
advocate for that? You
No,
such an advocate.
he
Look,
he
you such
can't
an
do that though. Foxy, he's too busy going after who is it? Kanika Jenkins' mom or something. That is his one of his latest things. Like,
no.
we know he is definitely not an activist. He calls himself that, but as you pointed out, there are a lot of causes where he could actually help people, and it certainly seems that if Jed is not getting paid, that he's not interested.
Well, he made that statement one time on his live. I don't know if random news or them might still have that video, but he did make a statement that he wasn't coming to Harvard. He said when he first came there, he said,
Mhm.
and he had that when Kobe was turning herself in. He said, "I don't give a f about Harvey." He said, "They ain't paying me, no way. The people there in Harvey is not paying me, no way." So you told then that you would only come to
Mhm.
Harvey to get paid. So what changed? You say you won't come in because you won't get paid. Now you here. What? Who paid you? Hello?
Yeah.
I wait. Who paid you?
That's what I want to know. And Kirk pointed out John is the dude who illegally went on Hassan's property with Jed that
Yep.
day they were in the
You sure
lot.
was. He was
Um,
in the truck. He was in his truck with him, and the police and he was trying to get them, trying to get that girl locked up, the Hispanic chick that he said that attacked him, so called accused of
oh yeah.
attacking him. And he was sitting in the truck then. And he was sitting there talking about, Hassan's lawyers. Oh, I watched everything he did.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So we know, I mean, he's been planning this stuff for a while. Crook says whenever is a JED function, you have to RSVP. There's only minimum seats available. I believe it's a grift.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just a publicity stunt in order to give the impression like he's doing something for the community. It's nothing different than he has done for the last several years. And the writing is on the wall. As soon as this grift is up and he's ran out, then he's going to try to find another one to move on to. So my thing, guys, is let's not
Mhm.
fall into these crazy narratives and now he's getting ready to build housing and housing developments. Let's believe that when we see it. But even before it gets to that point, there's legal things and all of that in the city of Harvey, which basically will be addressed. And when a whole city is telling you that they don't want you and you continuously are adamant about you wanting to be there, it's a reason why. But it's going to
Mhm.
fail like everything this guy does. Everything he touches turns to dust. And I don't expect this to be anything different, y'all.
Well, the only thing is, I think our biggest problem, all of us, including me, we give him too much attention. And,
Mhm.
and I think the less attention he gets, the quieter he get. Because see, a lot of this is for attention. He attack people, call them out of their name, disrespect them. He done told he wants certain people unalive. He wants this done. He's saying all these vicious, hateful things to get attention. And the thing is, we all keep giving him the attention that he desire. It makes him feel good because he can get on his platform and perform and slam on stuff and grin and laugh and act, a clown on his channel to keep the money coming in. Because the
Mhm. Mhm.
more we give him attention, the more attention he makes on his channel, the more money he gets in his pocket from YouTube. I don't give a shit how much he calls. I don't make no money. You posted it, brother. You posted it. How much money you get per month? So now all of a
Mhm.
sudden, now you don't make no money. Really? Come on, Jed. You think that we all bunch of idiots. We're not. And so, he's doing this for attention. The less attention we give him, the more better off. What we need to do is now redirect our attention from the grifter, the whatever he wants to be, and put all our attention and back in the woman of the hour, the MVP that we need to do is Kobe Chapman, and push her to where she needs to be. Because he's not benefiting y'all. He's not benefiting y'all. The person that's going to benefit y'all is the one you're going to put in the mayor's seat. And this is where from 2026 until she get elected is where we need to direct our positive attention to. Because if we keep going after that,
well, also don't
going
forget
back.
we do have a petition calling for Clark to resign, which also needs to happen right away, and then for a forensic audit.
Now that y'all need to do that forensic audit. Yes,
forget
definitely.
that. I'll share that link too. But let's catch up with a few of the comments. Charged says John Graff is a racist criminal leech that will discard once he's done using the person. Look up his record. I have heard that as well. He never accomplishes a single thing. So true, Miss Foxy. Once he does not meet his numbers, even will be canceled. It's his congregation that he had to cancel because there's only so many RSVPs, and that's what he profits from the donations. How do you hurt a narcissist is to ignore them? Right. Yeah. I wanted to show you guys again the petition. So please do sign. I got to check to see how many.
Is it on your page or something where I gotta go and sign up? I don't have.
Oh yeah, I'll share. I'm gonna share the link as well, but let me first actually just show you guys what it looks like.
I don't think my vote.
Because that is definitely a positive thing. In the meantime, because yes, elections are so important for 2026, but I also don't want to just let the city hang for a year and a half or so. So in the meantime, here's another positive thing you can do. You don't have to leave your home. So we have a lovely petition here. It shows Clark and the decay and the fires. You failed the city, calling for him to resign immediately and for a forensic audit.
That's right.
You can read through this, and it has our complaints, labor and contract issues, fiscal distress, service cuts. Like I said, we have almost half of city staff has been laid off. It even has some links to news articles if you don't know anything about Harvey. So you can sign, you can put your name, and the great thing about this, I created this so that you can say if you want to be anonymous. So you're like, make it public. I'm proud of it, but a lot of people are afraid of retribution, or maybe you're a city worker. You don't want to be harassed by the police, so that's fine. Then we will not share your name. But if you sign and just tell us, how you're connected to Harvey, and that's about it, And then we've had some great public comments that have been left as well. I think last I checked, we're up to like 50 some or whatever. So our next goal is to get to 75 signers. Let me see. Oh, you guys are talking so many comments. I believe that people in Harvey should be the ones to push for it whenever media or YouTube content creators get involved with politics. It normally doesn't involve. Right. I agree. Focusing on the right officials to get into office, getting more legalized media, standing up for rights, completely ghosting Judd at this point is a great idea. Share that was me thanking you for joining in. I'm sure Ryan will make out what I'm trying to say. Sorry about that. I'm on. Okay. Yeah. Charge, Sheena says. Seems like they are trying to ramrod all this property grabs through. Exactly. That is exactly what's happening, Sheena. Very good. Yep.
Yeah, I agree, Sheena.
Ramona, hi, girlfriend. Yeah, Ramona had to eat. That's okay, Ramona. I get it. Jed and John are trying to do in Harvey what they were not allowed to do in Flint. Oh, okay. So maybe they were trying to do some property grabs there too. That's
because if they got Beverly Biggs in there are a lot of things would have changed, and some of that could have helped them to get some of the property.
But just know,
allegedly,
but just know that, when things are not done right and correct and with the city officials in lockstep, then those things can be overturned. Those things can be put on hold. There are ways legally to challenge those things and shut them down. So I suspect that what will happen with this quote unquote housing election illegal program is that it's going to be shut down. excuse me,
That
it won't live, and it won't stand the burden of time. So, if this person thinks that they're going to pull it through, they won't be able to pull it through. Trust and belief.
Yeah, that would definitely be my goal, would just to stop all that. I mean, Clark's been up to a lot of crazy real estate stuff for years, but yeah, we're at 56. So I'm going to share the link with you guys. But yeah, please sign and share. It costs nothing. It's very easy to do. You don't have to live in Harvey. But again, it's just another way to put pressure and send the message to say that not only do we want better new politicians elected, but we're not going to, in the meantime, wait, almost 2 years and let the city be destroyed further. Like, Clark needs to go. He needs to go. He doesn't need to stick around.
I'm very adamant. The last thing that I want to say, y'all, is listen, we will not stand still. Foxy, to your point, yeah, we do want to highlight the leadership and the great leadership that are being done in this community, and even communities around the country who, we can use the tract of how we're fighting these ops, and we can, use similarly suited tactics. But at the same time, we stand outside those who act outside of the public interest, and we have to challenge them and not let them go without challenge. Ryan has said it, and I said it time and time again. They won't go away unless we make them go away. And if people think if we just be quiet, and that sort of thing, then they go away and not give them attention. Well, unfortunately, with provocateurs, it doesn't work like that. We have to challenge them.
Yeah, and it's easy because Clark is working with him, and like I said, Clark needs to go. So it's like you both can just go. Oh yeah, I need to check it. A good question, Javar, asking about Miss Holt. She's on my list. I need to go stop by and see how she's doing. That was the longtime funeral business owner in Harvey. That was really bold. That, to me, that showed that Clark is very desperate and he's in trouble, because to try to shake down someone who is that influential and has had such a stable business in Harvey for, I think she said, over 50 years. Like, that was pretty bad. I'm like, ooh, Clark's really desperate, man.
Someone said Paul Roberts is making a great point too. Please address that as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah, charge signed. Thank you. Please sign. Yeah, you don't have to live in Harvey to sign. Hey, everyone. What does it take to increase voter turnout and hear the opinions of those who think that any politician, including Colby C., is suspect? Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, I will say at the event yesterday, I was pleased to see, I don't know if anyone signed up, but there was a table of a lady helping people to register to vote. So that was positive. We definitely can do that. Encourage people to come to meetings, sign petitions, get active and educated about the whole process, whether it be legal or legislative. I don't know, Amir, anything else to answer that question?
Just education, educating the community, and education is something that you can do that doesn't have to cost. People need to know, but someone said it earlier, Ryan has said it. I mean, I've heard this thing time and time again. People just got to come and they got to get involved and get engaged. And that's really what it's all about, because if they don't, then they're missing out on effective ways at the most fundamental level to make change.
Right. And if you can root on your favorite sports team, remember, if the Bears win, that has almost no impact, virtually zero impact on your life. You will not get money from that. You're not going to get any more health. You're not going to, get any sort of benefit for your family or your home or your car. And look at how many people go crazy over just a sports team. If you put in just a fraction of the effort that you did for all your favorite sports team into local politics, you would make dividends on that little investment. That directly affects your schools, parks, streets, sorts of services, all sorts of services you get, how crime is handled. I mean, literally. So please don't buy into this like capitalist brainwashing system, right? Where they always want you to be entertained and spending time and money on things that don't matter. This stuff actually matters.
And Foxy, thank you for doing what you're doing. Thank you for all of the influencers and the people who, if we didn't have media, or the creative influencers out there sharing these stories, we wouldn't make a lot of the impact that we've made in a lot of different communities, not just the Southland of Chicago, but around the country. So, the work that people like you guys do, like we do, is invaluable. So let's remember that, when major news and national news, CNN is not covering our stories. It's the influencers, it's the local news who are making huge differences in these communities. We can't forget that.
Well, look what happened when it came to Tiffany. A lot of Dalton's popularity came from the social media. It didn't come from the regular news. Some of it did, but most of it was,
small news,
right?
Local news,
right? And and this is sad that somebody, I had heard somebody on their live saying to somebody that Harvey has always been called uh, uh, the orphan city of the Southland. And that bothers me because how long has Harvey been going through this where we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel for it? Somewhere something has to give.
Right.
Somewhere the people, but I don't condone protesting, but then sometimes I do. If you get a larger group, okay, don't get me wrong, there have been some group that protest, but if you get a larger group, a large group of people to protest and literally protest. First of all, the police can't arrest everybody. Number one, if you go there and you go there collectively. Second of all, the news media and the certain state will not start noticing you more. But right now, it's like little individual cliques that's protesting, and they're not paying them no mind. But if y'all come together as a collective, a big collective, and come together and protest, then the people gonna pay attention. And that's the problem. Nobody's coming together collectively. They're keeping y'all divided. And divided, you fall. And look how far y'all have fallen, to a point you don't even have a grocery store or a pharmacy. Look at the city when you show the videos of people going through there, riding through. They're showing Harvey at like a destitute city. And there's some great people in that city, but the city, the way it looks, is making the people look bad. And it look like you all don't matter. And I'm not understanding how somebody that's sitting up as a mayor can sit back and feel good about himself, knowing that your city looks this way and it's going through destitute.
Well, that's because he doesn't give a damn. And his mission is to be who he is, a self-serving person who really, who really is not about the community, but is about getting what he can get and then running for the hills. So that's why, again, we have to stand, we have to take the moment, we have to seize the moment and do what we're doing and make sure that these guys are held accountable. The worst thing that could happen with Clark has already happened. He's got the attention of the community, and he doesn't have any support. Harvey has not gotten furloughed yet. Ryan will tell you, last summer when we stood out there, we didn't have a lot of support. The first time we stood out there last summer, Clark wasn't as vulnerable as he is now. But Ryan, how many? We had about 10. We had a squadron of police officers when we protested in front of City Hall who were waiting for us. Did we not, Ryan? Who were standing there in lockstep. And, Ryan knows because he knows how that look was. But, this guy is more vulnerable than he's ever been. And if we stop now, then we do the community a disadvantage.
And we can't forget to mention, I know Derek mentioned the clerk should resign as well, and the 4 aldermen, yes.
Tell the people those names, please. Tell the people the name of them.
Yeah, so the clerk is Rosa Arambula. And it's true, she just does whatever Clark wants. But the 4 aldermen, Colby and Tracy, have reminded us that in order to call special meetings and really to vote on anything, we don't need the mayor. We just need 4 votes. So we need just two of these 4 aldermen. The first ward alderwoman is Shirley Derwinski. The second, second is Colby. Third is Delaney Smith. Fourth is Tracy. Fifth ward is Dominique Randall L, and 6th ward is Tyrone Rogers. So we need to put pressure on them as well. We only need 2 of them. to sign the form that Colby and Tracy already sent out to everybody. And so far, those 4 aldermen just refused to sign. And Colby and Tracy said, we need to call a special city council meeting immediately. We have to address this crisis. We're not even going to have a tax levy next year. We don't have staff. And so far, they were ignoring it. So that's another thing that we can turn our attention to is putting the pressure on these alder people. I did share the link again. Oh, and then Cheryl says, it's horrific how nobody can get a handle on that village. Well, everything happens for a reason, especially in politics. So the reason why Harvey's been allowed to be so corrupt and out of control is because it makes money for people, and not just people in Harvey. Usually the people that profit the most out of exploiting areas like Harvey don't live in the area. And that's what's been going on for decades. So, but we're making noise. We're changing that. It's making a difference. What you guys do makes a difference. But I do agree with Foxy and Amir. To get more people out, we've got to change our thinking, because everybody starts to think, well, I don't want to put myself out there. And what's one person going to make a difference? Well, because so many residents of Harvey think that way, that's why we don't have bigger crowds of people, right? Yeah. So if everybody thinks, well, I'm not going to go because it's not going to change anything. Okay, well then, you're speaking out. You're giving a self-fulfilling prophecy. So, we got to change that thinking.
That's right.
But I think that's about it. We covered a lot. Anything else?
Well, I just want to tell y'all doing a grand thing, and keep pushing, keep fighting. Don't give up. I know sometimes it seems like, why am I doing it? But I'm telling you to keep fighting, keep pushing. There are people out here that really do care for you. Don't feel like you're alone. We care. We're not, just because you're going through what you're going through. A lot of times, just to hear somebody say they care about you, even if they don't live there, and they care and support you, that means a lot. So I'm already signing the petition. I don't care.
Yay,
I'm signing the petition. I'm pushing. And I'm gonna stand up for you the city of Harvey every chance I can. Nobody's gonna keep me quiet. Nobody gonna keep me quiet. The only one that's gonna keep me quiet is the Father upstairs. Otherwise, I'm gonna open my mouth and I'm gonna say what's right and what's wrong. And right now, there's a lot that's being wrong with this city, and it's unfair to the residents there. There are great people there. That you're gonna have your bad. Every city, every town, every village gonna have a bad person. Some people are bad, some people good. But I'm seeing majority of Harvey, if they didn't care, they wouldn't be in those meetings the way you all are in those meetings. So that shows that you care. You care about your city. But it's just the point that you got somebody that's in office that don't care about you in return. And it's not fair. It's not fair. And the brown nosing, it's time for people to stop brown nosing this person in office and start standing out and breathing the air.
I agree.
See, Foxy?
Yes, Beth.
I just want to tell you about Thursday that I was in the witness room all by myself, and the only person with me was Jesus.
Honey, it wasn't the only person. I was in there with you. I was in there with you, even if I wanted it. Okay. My spirit was in that person. You weren't alone.
Well, okay, thank you for saying that, but that's how I felt, and I literally cried. I literally cried because I said, and then I thought of friends that I've had in my lifetime that loved me, and I just asked God to get their attention so they could pray for me.
Well, look, Beth, let me explain something to you, baby. You're a beautiful person. Don't change who you are. You hear me? You don't change for nobody. You be Beth. And I'm telling you like this. You had 3 in the room with you. You had the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost in there with you.
I'm just sharing it with you because I love you. And so I'm sharing about this because I love you. But I just say like this to the people that do pray. Will you just, there's things we're not saying, but I would just ask that you would pray for us all, be safe, and that God would send angels to protect us, because that's what we need.
Oh, honey, God is still on the throne, baby. He never got off the throne. and he got his angels wrapped all around you all. And like I just said, it may not feel that way, but he does. He has his hands and his arms wrapped all around you. He protecting you all. Look, you're still able to say what you want to say, all of you on here. Amir, you on here. You still able to say what you want to say. Beth, you on here. You still able to say what you want to say. Ryan, you
Yes,
know,
Foxy.
because God is in control. This is the thing that we fail to realize. God is in control. He has the last word. And just like Clark got on the throne, it's rough coming back down off that throne. And see,
Well,
people get on the throne and they feel like they're untouchable. That's the myth that they got in their little warped brain. Because, honey,
Right,
when they come down off that throne, sometimes you come down the way you don't want to come down. See
right,
what we may want him to come down off that throne away may not be the way God want him to come off that throne because he got to learn the
right,
lesson. That's the problem. And sometimes God do things to us to teach us a lesson or show us what is more important and what's not important. And right now, he's sitting on that throne thinking he got it going on. But as my mother always say, and my grandmother always say, you climb that ladder, but the same people you stepped over to get there might be the same people that you see coming back down.
Well,
That's good.
there's people
I
that,
like that.
right, Foxy, there's people in my lifetime that have truly loved me that are not part of my life. That I don't have any contact with them, but I ask God to get their attention so they could pray for me.
Well, you got my attention, and I'm praying for all of you.
so Solomon, real quick, y'all asked about Brown, about Hassan's case.
Hassan. Yeah.
So, I did check. So what happened with Hassan's case is it was dropped, and it wasn't really Hassan's case. It was Jedediah's case on Hassan, saying that Hassan trespassed on his own property, but it was a lie. It was all done in a lie, and Hassan was arrested. So that's been dismissed. That was dismissed at the end of October. I did not see the federal lawsuit in return from Hassan, but I believe that he is working on that. But the good thing is that case is nil and void, and I don't think Harvey will bring it back because they don't have the resources to bring it back, and because it was all done in lies, I don't think there would be any way that it would come back. So the last thing that I want to say is just, guys, keep standing strong, keep being the voice and be the change that you want to see. It doesn't take a lot to use your voice as empowerment. So, and keep holding these people accountable. Don't let them get away with the things that they're getting away with, because that's when we do the community a great injustice.
Absolutely.
That's what I want to say.
And please, please keep signing, you guys.
I did.
Just
Mine is complete.
as we've been talking. Yes, we're up to 60. Yay! So let's make our next target is 75 signers. So just during the past few minutes, we got up to 60. I think we were at like 56 or something. So several of you signed. We love that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's such an easy way to express, to share your voice. And then we will be able to share that and those numbers with the media, right? Which helps us to get that message out there. When people say, but people in Harvey or people in the Southland, they don't care. No one cares about Harvey. We can say, actually, according to this petition, this many people actually do care. Yeah. So thank you to the signers. We really appreciate it. Watch Jed. Oh, I'm sure Jed has a line.
Before I get off, can I play this song for you all that Minion made for you all?
Oh, wow.
So hold on, let me see if I can get it to come up for me.
Minion, Minion with the pinion, my buddy.
Made a song for us. Okay, interesting. I did not even know that.
Along with Shay, my buddy. We'll hear from Shay later.
It's been some dark times. Yeah, it's been rough. Crime at an all-time high. But enough is enough. We deserve answers. We're standing our ground. No kings, no kingdoms. We've been through enough. We've been through enough. Now it's time we rise. Time we rise. Harvey, don't give up. Don't give up. The Lord hears your cries. He hears your cries. Stand tall in the storm. Stand tall inside. Together we'll make it. We'll make it. Harvey will rise. I know that you question, how can we do this when there's so much corruption within the administration? But my brother, my sister, my neighbor, my friend, we can rebuild this city if we fight till the end. Call and response. We've been through enough. Now it's time we rise. Time to rise. Harvey, don't give up. Don't give up. The Lord hears your cry. Hears your cry. Stand tall in the storm. Together we'll make it. Together. Harvey will rise. Harvey is covered in the blood, protected by the power greater than us. From the ashes, a new light will shine. Together we're stronger. This is our time. Oh, Harvey rise. 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 Put your voice to the sky. Nobody can hold you back. No matter the life. Harvey rise. This is our cry. With faith in our hearts. Together we'll rise. Harvey will For every blow, every home, every heart that still believes. Harvey,
Very nice. So he wrote that, huh?
Yes, he did that and did the music with it because I felt that it's very inspirational for you all for what you're talking about tonight. So I wanted to end it with that song to show that, we care about you all.
Nice song. Nice song.
Thank you. Thank you, Vox.
Let him know
And
he
I
did a
really
great job, please.
I will definitely let him know. He was like, we need to show something positive for them to show that, this is not, hold on a second, let me take this out. Okay. To show that, we really care about you all. And it's not, we're not just talking. We actually doing.
Right. No, I really appreciate that.
See?
Huh?
Hello, Foxy.
Hi, Ramona, my darling. Mwah, 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 mwah. You and Beth. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Someone's asking about the housing project. Is it legit? I'd like to see receipts for the land sale. We have FOIA'd that, but we just haven't.
Listen, we believe, many of us believe, I can't speak for everybody, but many of us believe that the only reason why Clark is holding on for dear life is because he doesn't want that forensic audit in the books opened up. So, I don't think that at this point we will never know until that person is gone, and then we'll see a lot of things in his rationale for a lot of things. But until that point, we just have to keep standing and keep fighting, And please, the small things that we can do at this point, I can't overemphasize it, but Ramona spoke about the Court Watchers program. You don't have to be here locally to get engaged into that. So be looking out for that over the course of the next few weeks. You can watch, like Ryan said, on a Zoom call from anywhere in the country. And we need as many eyes and ears out here as possible. And we can recreate this synergy around the country. So what we're doing now, this work that we're doing now, is invaluable for the days ahead.
Absolutely. Yep.
I'm
Yep.
sorry I didn't come on earlier. If I had came on earlier, then I would have streamed it on my platform too. But because I'm coming in kind of like close to the end, I, but I've been putting together a lot of the videos that Kobe has done, different videos that you all have posted on your channels and pages. I'm trying to get it together to show the positive of Harvey. So I'm trying to get it together. So I want to make it one of my lives of all the different videos of you all. I'm trying to get it together, all of it together, and how I want it lined up to show the positivity of Harvey,
Good.
not the
Yeah.
negativity.
Right. Yeah. And yesterday was a really great example of that because there were so many different and varied groups that showed up and, different ages, different people groups, different genders. It's nice, when you see a whole bunch of people coming together in one place and it's for something positive. So, absolutely. And just as we've been talking, we've gotten to 61 signers. So I shared the link again. Get us to 75 peeps.
That's your projected number, Ryan?
Well, that's just goals, So, we were at first at no signers, and then we got to 25, and then we got to 50, and now we're at 61. So that our next goal is 75. Let me see. Can Clark and Jed sell abandoned properties which get no bids in a Cook County scavenger auction? They do all sorts of things, Paul, and especially with no receipts and financial records, who knows what the heck they're doing.
No accountability.
You got to look at a lot of things are illegal. Not everything is legal. Allegedly.
Right.
So you have to keep for you and keep your keep your foot on that neck to keep up with the information that you are able to get and make a catalog.
And Solomon has a good point too, like about building permits. That is a good point. Like the mayor did not like that, but last fall, I forget exactly when, but I was doing a tour of Harvey, showing some different places, as I will do for the Historical Society. And we stopped by two of the mayor's homes, and I took a photo because we finally saw a permit in the window. But like in the months prior, as far as I know, I mean, you're not only do you need to have a permit, but it really should be displayed in the window. But there was major work going on those two houses that the mayor owned, and no permits displayed. But then if one of us tried to do that, what I mean, they'll fine you like every day.
Oh yeah, you'll be standing in that line again for the fine for whatever amount of money.
Right. It's just crazy.
Also, what about the squatters that was on? I heard that they back on that same street that so-called supposed to win it and kick people out of where the fire was. I heard there were more squatters back on that same street in some of them houses again.
Well, the thing about that, and I don't know how y'all feel about it, but good for them, because if things are being done illegally and outside of the system, then hey, let the chips fall where they may. Unfortunately, there's other priorities that are even more that deserve more attention than that. I mean, remember these properties in this land is supposed to be for a legal land deal. I'm gonna say it's an illegal. There's no allegation about it. It's factual, because they really haven't opened up the books. So my thing is that let whoever it is over there go over there. And that'll be dealt with at a later point in time. But I mean, if those people can get the advantage out of it, and no one should be illegally evicting these people. They have rights as well.
Right.
And that is true. I saw, I Googled, Illinois in regards to squatters. And what he did was illegal. And remember, Ryan, in your case, the judge said he was concerned about that he was evicting squatters. Remember, he said, I have a concern about that. So, when the judge has a concern about it, then something is wrong with that picture. But I digress again.
Absolutely, because you're perpetrating as a Cook County sheriff, and you're not.
And even in my case, the judge said that, these guys are culpable of criminal activity. Did she not, guys? She said that, that what they're doing, there's no doubt that it's criminal. But she did say, hey, in my case, I cannot, this is not a criminal court. But she said it was criminal activity, and she had no doubts about that. So, there's no question about
Well, that's
they're
good.
doing illegal stuff.
Yeah.
And I had questioned him a while back on one of the content creators channel, and I asked him myself what made him feel like that he could supersede the law as an advocate. And he tried to brainwash me with a bunch of BS, which I said, okay, thank you for the information, because I wanted it out there where he's saying that he's above the law. He said, as a citizen, he felt that he could do what he want to do. That's above the law, and that's not how it works. Because if that was the case, we all could go ahead and do what we want to do. That's not rational. But things are being put under the table and allowed to be done. And and the thing that gets me is people do things and then say, oh, it's because of the Democratic administration. No, you have a choice as a human being separate from the administration.
Mm-hmm.
You are your own person. I'm my own person. And when you make an adult decision, you deal with adult consequences.
Right.
And it's individual. You're not a collective of the okay, we vote Democrat, but that doesn't make the Democrats decide how we pay our bills if we don't pay the rent. And the Democrats don't make a decision on if we don't pay our light bill. The Democrats don't make a decision, you don't buy no food in your house. The Democrats don't have that much power of what you do for yourself and your home and your mind.
Right.
And I'm tired of hearing the Democrats this, the Democrats that. The Democrats can only do but so much. They run the country as a collective, as a group of a collective group. They don't, it doesn't control what you do as an individual. And this is where people get it misconstrued. Oh, they part of the Democratic Party, so that's why they did what they did. Look, that person got up there and sat behind that desk and they made a decision because that's the decision they want to do, not because of the collective body. So you got to understand, you got to separate the collective body from the person.
Right. I will say one thing, and I gotta go, y'all. I'm gonna get off because I have one more engagement that I have to do. But I'm gonna say one thing, and I want to be very clear about this, and I'm not gonna mix my words about it. And I'm talking directly to Jedediah and INA. You guys should have killed me that night. And if anybody who is involved in INA is on here, because what you have now is one of the worst enemies that you can ever have. Somebody who is not afraid, who will not stop, and there will be no retreat and no surrender. And I will not stop until you guys are culpable for the illegal activity and the crimes and the harassment and the bullying that you have caused. So what you have is one of the worst enemies that you can ever have. And I'm nobody's punk. So my thing is that you should have finished the job, but because you didn't, the job will be finished one way or another. So I'll be on that ass. That's all I have to say.
Well, do what you have to do for you. You get what I'm saying?
It's going to be for everybody. It'll be a win for everybody. It's not just for me.
No, but I'm just saying,
just know that.
You make the decision how you want to carry this. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right.
We support you. We understand the reason why, and we understand the reason for. So, that's the main thing right there. And is there anything I can help with? I would give you my shirt off my back if I can.
Keep carrying. All I need for everyone to do is just keep carrying the message. Stand on truth. If we don't stand on truth and try to be right about your approach to things, I am saying what I'm saying because I can't filter how I feel. But I want to say that if we don't do it the right way, then we become what we're trying to fight against, and we don't need that, right? So we got to continue to stand for community and stand on righteousness as much as it is in our power. So my thing is that we don't want to become them because we've seen that, and that's ugly and it's
Right.
wicked, right?
And plus, we don't, enough of this of the suppression. Okay, Harvey been suppressed for too long. You all have been
Mhm.
suppressed for too long, and it's time to come out and fight. Fight, not come.
Right.
Oh, woe me.
Mhm.
No, fight. It's time to fight because that's the problem. Everybody been too suppressed, and
Right. Yep.
it's time for us to come out and fight. I can't. Me, if I was there, look, I probably be look. They probably wouldn't like me. I'd be locked up all the fucking time. I'm gonna be honest with you, because my mouth
Man.
is vicious, and I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And what you're doing is wrong. You're not you're not keeping yourself accountable. You're not
Mm.
sitting by here being transparent. You're standing up there, being a fraud, and
Mhm.
and not honest. And it's enough of crookedness going on in this world already without us adding to it to our own people. Your own city, you being crooked to your own city. When
Right.
do come on now? That's enough is enough. It's time for Harvey, as that song say, to rise. You know,
Mhm.
it, we're going to rise. I'm not there, but I'm there in spirit. And I'm rising with you. And like I said,
Awesome.
if I live there, I'll be standing there, Kobe. I'm going with you because they're gonna lock me up because my mouth is vicious too. Come on, let's go together. Every time she got locked up, I've been sitting in the cell with her. How you doing, girl? You ready for the next round?
Right. I love
That's
it.
me. That's
That's the
me.
Well,
I'm
spirit we
sorry.
need.
Foxy, Ryan, Ramona, everybody in the chat, Saint Center. Look, I'm back online now, so listen, y'all be seeing more content from me, so please support that. And Ryan, thank you for such a great conversation. Crook, everybody else who's in there who I haven't mentioned, who I've seen tonight, y'all keep standing because we winning this. Paul Roberts, we are winning this.
Yeah.
Sheena, everybody, listen, let's just keep doing what we're doing because we are winning, and don't let these ops tell you anything different because they don't want us to continue on. They want to stop us because we're winning. So the
Mhm.
psychological is half the battle in a war. Propaganda means everything. Don't let them pull it on us. All right,
Right.
y'all. I'm
No,
out though.
Amir, wait, hold on before you go. Nicole is back. She wanted to come on stage.
Okay.
Okay. Nicole, did you click on you just gotta click on the link to join, Nicole. I'll paste it again in case you missed it. Hold on. But yeah, she said, "Oh, okay, you guys are still on." I said, "Yeah, we're still here." Hold on one second. And then while she does that, let's catch up with the comments. Crooked said, he's fixing up the house for Jed to live in. Haha, INA headquarters. Right. Jed's talking about D-Love. Oh, I'm sure he is. For the homeless. Yep.
Oh, he's talking about Anna. Okay, we got to check that out, Ramon.
I hope Conscious or Shay reviews his live. I refuse to give him the view. Sheena, he's into Fury and Rainbow now. Oh, I don't know what that means. Amir, do you feel that you have some accountability for the way you were acting with Jed at the town hall meeting? Did I miss a part of the interaction? Huh?
Nope.
You didn't. If he's talking about the Thornton Township meeting, Robbie, I don't think
Yeah, there's no accountability. The accountability is when ops stand outside of public interest and we hold them accountable. That's accountability.
right. And Crook says, "Keep your head up, brother. We'll link in the future." Okay, Nicole's here. Okay, here she is. Here is Miss Nicole. You made it. Okay, you just made it because Amir's like, I gotta go, you guys. He's fading.
Hey, I was tired when he said he was tired earlier. I heard that. So, I heard a lot. I was trying to, because I already told you, Ryan, I don't watch local TV because I just feel like it's depressing and it's what they want to tell you, right? But as much negative stuff as we get, there's a lot of positive stuff that they don't report on. So I understood about the legal stuff, but because of what I do every day and the stuff that, so it was kind of hard for me to listen. I understood the sentiment, but I was trying to figure out what other ways, and he did answer the question of how we, because I even posted it when he shared something on Facebook. So after all of this is said and done with the orders of protection, what is the goal and agenda behind all of this? Because I've been in Harvey or around Harvey since the early 90s, right? So I know Vivian personally. Um, and I've seen several mayors come and go. And unfortunately, none of them have been what I would call great mayors. So what is the agenda? I understand because I'm totally about order of protections and protecting yourself. Because if something does happen to you, you have that and that person can go to jail. But outside of that, is there any way that you all can, because just imagine this, all of the energy that you're spending in court, the energy could be used for something more positive, right? And if we all got together and worked on the same goal, then we would be even more powerful than we are right now, right? So, what is the agenda after all of these orders of protection besides the safety aspect?
Yeah, I mean, oh, and you guys can, everybody can get the chance to respond. Yeah, I would say I don't think one precludes the other. I think both need to be done at the same time. Because when you have aggressive bullies, you have to fight them. They don't go away if you just ignore them. That just doesn't work.
No,
So
it
that
doesn't.
needs to be done, and we still do positive things. But
Yes.
actually, one of the reasons why we are fighting the bullies is because there's so many things that we could and we should and I want to see happen in Harvey, and it doesn't happen because some of the powers that be, they'll send the police after you, or they'll ticket you, or whatever, whether it's just doing a community cleanup day, or like one of the projects I proposed a few years ago was to get some planters downtown. The city wasn't gonna have to pay anything, and the mayor's like, no. So those are the sorts of that's why we need a revolution, in Harvey, in the Southland, because we should be able to do this stuff. But
But
you
that
guys,
comes with
do you think?
another thing. Just do it, right? Because you don't need his permission. Now, if that's what you get arrested for, so be it. Then that's a great thing. Because at the end of the day, keeping up your community is more so, I mean, it is their job because they're elected. But at the end of the day, me planting flowers or making my community look better because they're not doing their job is okay. You know what I mean? Like, I heard the lady said that they were boarding up buildings. That's something that we need to resume doing because it's
Right.
unsafe.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
unsafe.
agree. I told Chappelle that too. I said I think what you guys are doing, that's exactly the kind of citizen activism we need. I'd love to see that, restart. Yeah, I'm all for that.
I'm
I'm
with
all
it.
for
So let
that.
me know. I'm with it. Now, when you speak of legal, and because I'm a legal genius, and I tell you that not jokingly, right? Only reason I didn't go to law school is because I'm diabetic, but I did decide to go, which I'm currently in and kind of out of at the moment. But the legal system is a very, very particular system. The law is black and white. It's how we interpret it that is different. So each judge interprets the law differently, and some attorneys and some judges are crappy, and then some are good. And and then you also have to think about how people manipulate the system well. Some people go in there and cry a river, and this person never put a hand on you. And then some people go in there and they deserve to be protected and they don't get protected. So it's really fickle at times, and then sometimes it's really great. But you don't know what type of judge you're going to get. You don't know what type of attorney you're going to get. And just
Mhm.
because you're being represented by an attorney doesn't mean that it's going to always turn out in your favor. And being pro se, as I always do, I've never lost a case but once in 30 years.
Oh,
I
very
wiped
good.
the I
Okay.
wiped the floor with attorneys. I just finished a Med Mal case, and the attorney in DuPage was like, "I've never seen a pro se litigant get this far."
Oh,
because I'm
okay.
not average.
There you
But
go.
at the end of the
That's
day, it's what you do with the legal knowledge that you have. So you all are learning this process. And I've gotten situations. I tried to get an order of protection maybe 6 months ago, and the judge just threw it out. He was like, he's not here. And I was upset, but I just let it go. But I understand the frustration. But the legal system is complex, but it's probably the one better part of the US that we do have compared to others. But it's flawed. But there's ways that you can report them. But let me tell you this, oftentimes they don't do anything when you report them as well, right? Because it really needs to be egregious. It needs to be so self evident that they did something wrong. It just won't be your complaint. And even if you have proof that they did something wrong, they may just sweep it under the rug because they need judges and attorneys. You know what I mean? And it's just unfortunate. That's just the way the system is.
Nicole, can I say something? I'm not trying to
Hmm.
interrupt you, but let me
No,
let
I'm
me.
done.
I just want to be real clear. So I'm not just learning the system. I've been in the system. I've had some of the biggest civil rights cases in America that I've fought. I sent the attorneys down to fight the Tamir Rice case. I worked with the family, and I made that an international case. I fought against Governor Romner and shut him down several times. Myself and my organization. Those who've known me for 10 years, known the work that I've done. I'm a criminal justice specialist. I have 2 degrees in criminal justice. So here's the thing. It's not an exclusive thing. It's a campaign that's part of a bigger picture. The work that we're doing here in these courts is just one option when there's not a lot of options, but at the same time, there's other work that's going on. And you can take Ryan as an example. I mean, he is reporting in courts. He's become, through attrition, he's become a community reporter, and he's doing a great job at it. Other folks are doing things in real time to change the narrative and keep the narrative out there. So it's not just one path, one way, one terrain, but it's multiple things that are being done in order to affect change. And unfortunately, we have to utilize the tools and the resources that we have at hand to affect that change. So, if you do have that type of skill set, which you have described, then it's invaluable to the community. And we appreciate what you're doing. I had the opportunity to check you out. And I am the one who really Ryan has put together some great community groups. I put together the Thornton Township Citizens Action Committee. I've worked on presidential campaigns. Last year, I worked on some mayoral campaigns, and I sat with Jason Howes and a lot of the mayors and, some of the former mayors in order to put together some things on the ground. So, I mean, there is work that's being done. Unfortunately, we don't always put it out there because, strategy is everything. But when it comes to people who act outside of public interest, whatever tools and resources that we have to use that are available to us, then I would say that we utilize those tools and resources. And if you bring a skill set to the table, like you suggest, then let's talk offline and talk about how we can work together collaboratively from here.
Yeah, I wasn't kind of garnering I think it was another lady that indicated that she was learning, and Ryan said something to that effect. I saw Ryan at a very nice event yesterday that Kobe did at the field house at Thornton. No, I know that there is other things going on, but my question was, after I get my order of protection, what's next? Because clearly, either way, and I don't have a thorn in the side, but clearly, either he's not going away, right? So,
Who is
yes,
he? Who is he?
you all are talking about Mr. Brown,
No,
right?
our focus is not Brown.
Right. No, I
He's
know
he's a
that, but
provocateur. Our focus is Christopher Clark.
right. So,
Right.
he invited somebody from my team to I think they're doing something on Christmas, or it
Tell
may
him to
not
run
be
the other way.
on the 22nd or something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Clark is definitely I don't know what their affiliation is, so I don't know. You all may know more than me about that because just try to stay out of it. It just seems a lot of It seems very messy. Shall I just say that,
Yeah,
right?
it's actually more than messy. It's not even messy, but it's more of we need to hold these people accountable. So intel is everything, um,
Definitely.
and and we need to know who we're dealing with in order to affect that change. And we are affecting change because these ops are more vulnerable than they've ever been. And this is a community effort. It's a collaborative effort from a lot of folks who just give a damn versus unfortunately, there's a lot of folks who haven't held these people accountable and they've been able to do what they've been able to do. So the people of conscious and the voices of conscious that have to go together. That's why I said if you have that skill set, then maybe we should have a conversation offline and
Oh,
talk about
absolutely.
how we can work together. And I appreciate you saying the things that you're saying. So I'm not trying to downplay what you're saying, and
Oh
I
no, I don't
definitely
take it
agree.
that way. I don't take it that way because I don't know you. The only person on here that I kind of know, I've had several conversations with is Ryan, right? So I don't want to belittle anybody or make you feel like I'm trying to do it because that's not my goal. I just wanted to know the end result. Like if I get somebody arrested, do I want them prosecuted? Do I want them shot? Do I want whatever the case may be? What's my end goal? Like, okay, I
Well,
want
if
him
they're doing
removed.
criminal activity, then they should go to jail. If
Right,
they are if they're bad politicians, then they need to be held accountable and they need to be criminally prosecuted if possible, or they need to be put out of office. And those are the things that we're doing. But again, those campaigns and those events are measurable because we have to utilize the tools and the resources. We would hope in a perfect world that everything would happen the way that it should by the books. But like you said, I mean, law is law. Systems is our systems. And unfortunately, we can't control things. So we have to worry about what's in our circle of influence to control. And we have to utilize the tools and the resources that we have. And that's what we've done.
and I'm totally okay with being used for some of my knowledge. I'm not an attorney. I probably will have my JD soon. However,
Are you
uh,
an attorney?
no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm a
Okay.
paralegal, but I have a
Right.
few years of
Yeah,
law
that's what I was
school
gonna
under my
ask. 'Cause
belt.
yeah, I forgot what you did for work. Okay, so you work as a paralegal right now?
I've been a paralegal, yes,
Oh,
but
okay.
I have a few years of law school as well. However, I've been suing people since I was 20. So, um, but my other thing is like what you're saying, using whatever, just the collaborative effort, right? The collaborative effort is me in the trenches is not as strong as me and 10 other people. And the same for you, Ryan. So the more people that collectively get together for this betterment of the community, right? That is the goal. Harvey means the world to me. So I'm not opposed to
Mhm.
helping anyone better Harvey. I don't care who it is. I've even offered my services to Harvey, and they have blatantly turned that down. So then like after that, like Ryan just said, I wanted to. Well, I really don't need your permission because if you look at the condition of Harvey, who are you to
Right.
tell me that I can't make my community look better? Like that's
Hmm.
just a problem in itself. So I don't have any intentions of asking them to do shit else from this point on. Anything that
Oh,
I want to do will be basically based on the need and what I can get
hmm.
done.
And there will be Harvey Neighborhood Network is having some cleanup days I've been a part of that planning process, but those are going to be happening starting in the new year. So that'll be some cleanup things that will be very positive. I also wanted to share what Elisha said. The goals should be understood as we that live in the Southland are in communities that are collective and unfortunately systematic. Exactly. So maybe changing the systemic part should be a goal. Um,
Absolutely.
each community decides, agrees, and standardizes who and how we implement and regulate the activities of politicians, give the voices and power back to the people. Definitely. Entities that
Power
decide
to the
what's good.
people is a serious concept, and we always need to think about that. I'm sorry, Ryan. Go ahead.
Mhm. Oh, no, that was just the end. He said entities that decide what's good for the community they live in. Simply for starters. Brian says clean up the corruption, Harvey.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think those are
That
great
part.
points. And that is exactly the goal. And that also kind of answers Nicole's question because she's like, okay, so what's the end goal? Even if you stop Jedediah or Clark from doing the harm, I think that for me, I think that's my end goal is to really the people that are affected by decisions should be the ones that are making them. And right now, we have a few people at the top, connected politicians and rich people that fund them and everything, and corporations, and they're the ones that make the decisions for all of us, right? And we're, even though they tell us it's a democracy, it often doesn't feel like it, doesn't act like it. So that's what we need to change. And we got to put these people, they should be afraid of us instead of people saying, I can't speak up because I'm afraid of them.
I
That's what
hate
we have to
hearing
push.
that. Oh my God, I hate hearing that.
Right.
That really annoys me.
Oh, and Elisha just said the same thing. He said the people should guide the politicians, not the politicians running the people and the community, and running the community with fear and intimidation. Exactly, Elisha. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So,
But if the whole community stands up, there is no politician, right? There's if the entire community, and it's only approximately 20,000 residents, if the entire community stands up for whatever that is that they are going to have, there is, you can't kill everyone, right? Like if I can pick and
right.
choose and scare you here and there because
Hmm.
everybody selectively stands up at whatever point they stand up at, but if you stand up all together at once, that's a little bit difficult because now you understand you don't have anyone on your side. You know what I mean? And fear
Right.
is a very, very powerful thing, unfortunately.
Right, and that's what we have to overcome that fear. So if anybody has any other ideas and how we can encourage people to come forward, more people have been coming forward. We've been making progress, but we definitely need more people. And like Amir said, especially the guys, because I can never get over
Mm.
that. How guys just love to appear so ultra masculine, tough, and everything. And then it's like, okay, but then where are you when we have these people that are literally raping and pillaging our community? That would be a great time to come and show everybody how masculine and rough and tough you are.
Well, Ryan, is there a location that we can have a meeting in? I mean, a location that the community can. I mean, Thornton is like the haven for everything, but I don't think that they necessarily want to harness that meeting. But
Oh,
I
you're
don't know of
saying
a
like
facility
like
big
town
enough.
hall type meetings or something, like a town hall type meeting?
No, more so of people of the community coming together to voice their opinions. And also, this is just like a personal thing, like just like we're doing right now, but with the collective community that wants
Mhm.
change.
Right, right, right. Well, yeah, I
Whether it's
mean,
a church
I'm
or a
always open
gym.
to things like that. Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely open to that for sure. Or even a
So,
Zoom.
Alicia, how do you feel about a protest?
Wait, are you talking to Nicole?
Oh, Nicole, I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
oh,
I'm sorry, Nicole.
oh,
How do
I
you feel
love
about
that.
it?
I love
You know,
that.
because basically what you were saying was what I was saying. Everybody come together. If you come together as a large group instead of small
Mhm.
individual group, you can make a big
Right.
change. When you
Thank
come
you.
together as a small individual group, nothing changes. But when you come as a mass group, then you can
Absolutely.
make some change because now you're being seen, you're being heard, and you letting them know you're in charge, not them. And like you said, the politicians are not in charge. And when it comes to a point where the people are afraid to speak, what hurt me was that time they had the meeting and people turned around because they had tape on their mouths. They shouldn't be able to come to those
Yeah.
meetings and have tape on their mouth or feel like they have to walk around like they have imaginary tape on their mouth because they can't say anything, afraid of retaliation or getting taken out of. Okay, everything has to be decent and in order. I got that. But you shouldn't put it to a point where the people are so afraid to say something that they're going to get carried out of the room
Mhm.
by the police
Mhm.
department and charged for trespassing. That's come on now. The people got to say something. Now I'm not saying go out there and just run your mouth and just interrupt and being ignorant about it. But
No.
being there the way you're supposed to be in there, then you
Mhm.
have that right. It's called the First Amendment, and you should
Yep.
be able to speak your mind. So I
Right.
feel if a lot of people come together, if you can get a town hall, like you said, Nicole, and get a group of people, and I don't know what your status is, but it's the people your age should be in there to voice their opinion because you all matter too.
Mhm.
It's not the
Mhm. Mhm.
children, it's not the seniors. Your age matters too. What
Right.
come trickle down affects y'all because you are our future. You all are our future.
Thank you. And
Exactly.
I'm glad you said that because in my area where I grew up around Wooden Keg, I don't know if Ryan told you, but some of you may know I'm running for mayor. But at the end of the day, before I even started to run, I was really trying to help my aunt fix up her house. and she's 75 years old. She lives on Peoria.
Mm-hmm.
And they make it so difficult, and it's so annoying. I just hate to see that the older generations that have stayed around for 50, 60 years, the
Mm-hmm.
light, the water bill is ridiculous, the line is ridiculous, the community service, like, they're really not giving back to these seniors. They're just gouging them further. Or if you get your car towed, it's a flat 1,500 feet. If you're rehabbing a property, it's a $300 deposit on top of the permit. Like, you're not doing
Mm-hmm.
anything to fix it. You're just hemorrhaging and making us bleed worse. And the business aspect is totally different. But I told a lot of people, even when I had gave speeches, I'm a part of the problem because I left. I left and I didn't come back. And oftentimes I feel like in our communities, in the brown and black communities, we leave, whether it's Inglewood or Harvey or Dalton or Riverdale, you just move. When I left and I graduated, I got married and I moved to Woodlawn or Inglewood or somewhere else or downtown because you think those places are better. But then you have this good job, but you didn't come back to your community, right? It's some people that stayed, but look who's left. It's the seniors.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's the seniors that's left. And she told me, she said, you all should have stayed. And I said, you're right. And I told her that. I said, I realized that that was the problem. And after my uncle died, I decided to come back and move back to Harvey. But I was so frustrated. The processes that go on in Harvey Village is ridiculous. And I've been in real estate for a very long time as well. And I've had clients and I've bought property. I have never seen the stuff that I've seen in Harvey. Never. And it's
Hey,
just ridiculous.
Nicole,
Right.
and guys, I do got to run, but I don't mean to be rude.
No.
But let me ask you a question, two questions,
Mhm.
and I appreciate your sentiment. Are you running as an independent, a Democrat, a Republican? What are you running as?
I'm running as an independent,
Okay,
but
and
I'm more Democratic. But I want an independent because Democrats have been getting a lot, and I have some Republican views, so I think I align more so in the middle. I align with doing the right thing.
mhm, okay,
And
and
I before you go, Amir, wait, can I share Paul? This relates to what we were saying. Paul says,
mhm.
can a small group of people like us, seen as weirdos by many, attract a large community group to a public forum demanding answers from leaders? Or do we have to co-opt a mainstream celebrity? So I just wanted to put that out there. But go ahead, Amir, you finish what you were
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. So you don't have to call up a mainstream celebrity, Paul. You as someone who's been very engaged in the community, just know that you pretty much just have to get a consensus of people who care, and to Nicole's point, I don't believe you really have to have an engraved invitation to go out there and stand for community. Just go out there and start doing the work. And there's nothing to prove, just do the work. But my question to you, Nicole, is what are you doing now, or what have you done to affect change just prior to this campaign that you're putting together?
I've done several different things. I've had a couple of events. I have another Black History event coming up for family, and it's really about Harvey history as well. So I want to point out his, we've had a lot of great people come out of Harvey, right? Dale's, my cousin, Napoleon, and I'm sure it goes way further back than those. I can't name everyone. But I just came back last year from Charlotte, and
Okay,
I'm working on
Charlotte.
that. Yeah, I
Okay,
went to
Charlotte.
Charlotte. I moved to Charlotte for about 18 months and came back.
Charlotte,
But
North Carolina.
yes, ma'am.
All right,
But
Charlotte. I moved from Charlotte, North Carolina, back to DC, so I understand.
yeah, I miss it. But I worked on a couple of little projects and activities. I did a turkey drive. I was at Kobe's thing, but I didn't donate anything because I was gonna wait till later this week. I did something with my church as well yesterday. I go to Harvey Church of Christ on 152nd. So I'm back. I'm back, and I'm doing what I can right now. I'm working on some stuff. I can't speak on it at the moment, but I'm working on some stuff. But
Mm.
anything that you want to try to talk to me offline, I'm more than willing to talk and see what else we can do. I love the idea of protest. I love that because that will garner a lot of respect. You know what
Right,
I
and
mean?
because that shows that you all are being heard instead of
Right.
individually groups. When you come collective in a large body make a change. If you come
Exactly.
together, decent and in order, and you
Mhm.
come there as a collective group, a large body, it makes a difference because now people got to pay attention. Before
Yeah.
a
Right.
little group here and a little group there, they're like, oh, they ain't nothing but making a lot of noise.
That
Pay them no
doesn't
mind.
incite anything. You know, if
Right.
Ryan goes in there with two, three people, it doesn't change anything. If I go in there with 5, 10 people, it doesn't. 10, 20. No, you need, if Harvey has 20, if you can get 10 or 5,000 residents to stand up and say, we want you out of office, or if you look at, I haven't been able to get it, but I've been wanting to get their ordinances and see what they have because there might be a clause in the ordinance that indicates you can actually probably force him to step down. There's several other things that we could collectively do, but it
Right.
needs to be a mass majority of people because he needs to go. But at the same
And
time, there's people that voted him in, so you might want to count them out. But at the end of the day, the majority of the community is tired.
But
Well, you
see, I
have a
tell you,
small group. You have a small group of citizens who are committed, who have been
Hmm.
committed, including Ryan, including Ramona, and they go to meetings week after week, month after month, year after year. So you do have that exists, and you have to start with those people, those voices of conscience. Unfortunately, Harvey is a small, impoverished community.
mhm.
I think if
Well,
you go out and go door to door, if a certain
Of people.
like
Most people
Nicole
are just
going door
trying.
to door,
But let
if
me
you
say
go
this.
door to
Let me say
door,
this, Foxy. Let me say this. Let me say this. Most people are just trying to put food on their table and survive. So you don't have the level of commitment that, you don't have the Ryans or Ramonas that exist there. And unfortunately, it just doesn't work like that, and
yes,
that's
it
why they want to
does.
solicit. No, it does not. I'm
So
sorry.
you mean to
It
tell
doesn't.
me if Ramona, Foxy, me, you, and whoever else that we know that feels this way, if we don't, if you garner all of your support, he garners all of his, she garners, everybody garners their support. You don't think that there'll be a mass people to uprise against this community for the community?
Yeah, but it hasn't been there.
But
Historically,
that's
the
what we're
data.
talking about now. So like if you
Yeah, but
say
hold on. Let me before you interrupt me. Let me just say this. That's why they're working progressively to affect change and build to that point. It's not that easy. It sounds good in theory, but in theory is one thing, in reality is another. So my thing is they are working progressively to affect change, and voices like yours of conscious mean a lot. But there have to be realistic actions on the ground, and that's what's been happening in real time. That's why a Kobe Chapman exists. That's why Tracy exists, but they can't do it by themselves, or Nicole, you can't do it by yourself, but it does take collective actions. So, yeah, ideally, you would want as many people as possible, but the luxury is just not there right now. So, you have
okay, so my question is, who has
that are there to
collectively
move forward
tried
with.
to do that? Who has collectively, Ryan, have you tried? I don't know what Kobe's tried, but this is the here and now. You're here and now. So the protest, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about anybody getting together and doing anything. But can we speak
We
on this?
have, but I mean,
No,
it's a
I'm
fraud.
saying
Well,
no,
here,
but going
no
forward
apologies has
because
a great. She has a great comment. I think this is true for a lot of residents. She said a lot of the residents do not come out to meetings. I have talked to the people on my block. They want Clark and Tyrone because Tyrone's the alderman for the sixth ward
but it's
out.
not about
So like
that.
people will complain privately, but she's like they won't speak up. They won't come to the meetings. They won't come to an event or a cleanup or And so I think just it's a matter of getting past that. But I would say you're both right in that yes, we do have a lot of people that can act, Nicole, but Amir is also correct in that if you compare, let's just compare the demographics of Dalton to Harvey. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people say, oh, but all those Dalton residents came out. They have a higher level of education on average, per capita, as well as higher income, so that it does help. However, that's not saying that we don't have people that, have enough money where they can afford to go to meetings or, do cleanups or what have you. We do, but so I think you're both right. Like we have people here who more people that should be involved, but it might be more challenging than a Dalton or another community where they do have more resources. If that makes sense. So I think you both have a
Yes,
point.
it does. And we are both correct because I've seen it both ways. However, today's December 21st, right? So going forward, we can collectively work on this. And whatever it is, my
Yeah.
point is, like she said, door knocking. When people, nobody wants to be the person that's singled out, right? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants for whatever Clark has or whatever anybody in that administration may garner as retaliation against them. Nobody wants that. But at the end of the day, door knocking and people will complain all day long, away from the scene instead of stepping up because they don't know that they have enough support. So door knocking and then getting, let's just say we get the church, what's that, St. Mark on Sibley. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
can we use your facility January 20th? And then we all choose areas to garner support from each ward and see how many people we can reach to get to come to this meeting. That's door knocking in the middle of the winter, but it's worth it to make a change. And then if you get 1,000 people or 1,500 people to come to that church and they tell a friend and they tell a cousin or they tell someone else, that's growing the individuality to a big group. Now I feel like I'm not standing there alone. I've had my business closed because I was running for a mayor's position. I understand this. I
Mm-hmm.
understand the retaliation or getting tickets because you are supporting somebody else. I understand that, and I understand the unsafety, the safety net that people want to feel like I want to come home and nobody bother me or harass me. So I
Right.
get that, but you feel better when it's thousands of you versus a couple of us. You
Uh,
understand?
uh, uh, uh. You better not pee on my bed.
So that's
Well,
all I'm saying. Let's try to do it. I'm with it if you
right.
all are.
Good. No, I think that sounds great. Oh, and then Sheena has a good point. She says she's just trying to say you have to have a strategy, give people something to work towards, make a plan that's more than attending a meeting and marching. That's where I think
Mm-hmm.
we're at. Right, right.
Yes.
And I think we are doing that. We have done that, but it's something that we still always have to work on. And definitely is getting a vision for what kind of city that you want to have. What kind of region do we want to have?
And
So
Absolutely.
I agree.
Nicole, did you hear the song that I played earlier? Were you in
N-
here? Oh,
Oh no, what was it?
it was a song. It was named Harvey Rise, and
Mm.
and it's a song that I don't know if you watch his channel Minion with Opinion,
Mhm.
No, I haven't seen it.
but he created it, and it's inspirational, and and I told him I like it because it reaches all the ages, not just the children, young people, and not just the elderly. It reaches all ages, and right now you, Nicole, you can touch the people your age. Ramona can touch the people her age. Amir and Ryan can reach the people their age, and bring that gap together. The four of you all right now can bring that gap together. Ryan get his group that he know that follows him. Amir, you get the group that you know can follow you. Nicole, you get the group that you know can follow you. Mona, you get the group that follow you. Y'all come together in a meeting and plan it out where you can have that one grand march to show
Mm-hmm.
that you are collective together. And then you'll see a difference because all four of y'all have great ideas. And if you four come together and talk
Fifth
together,
person here. Wait, there's a fifth person here, Beth.
Oh, I'm sorry, Beth. And Beth in your group too. Sorry, Beth. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no. There's a time to speak up, and that's now. Wait a minute. Wait,
That's
whoa,
right.
whoa,
Beth, you
whoa,
don't have a
whoa,
Tell you,
face
Beth.
up. That's why they did that.
whoa.
Okay, so Beth, you get your group together. Everybody come together. Okay, you five right there. Have a
Mm-hmm.
meeting. Bring together that you know that we'll come with you to this meeting. Sit down, strategize it up, and pick a date and a time and how you're going to do it. Get them to go out and talk to people that they know and get their people to talk to people that they know. And y'all come together one final time before the grand march and march and show with your heads up
Mhm.
high and show that you are here about power. But when you walk in fear, nothing's going to happen. Nothing is going to happen when you sit back and keep saying, well, I don't think it's going to work. Well, I don't think. When you start
Mm-hmm.
doubting it and putting it down, nothing
Absolutely.
positive is going to happen out of it. You got to stand with your head
Mhm.
up high and say, I'm going to do it. And this is the way it's going to happen. When you don't stand like that, then it's going to fall. And I think all five of you right here
Right.
on this panel can come together collectively and come up
Mhm.
with a strategy to make that march be known and well seen. And I really do because I'm listening to all five of you, and y'all have some great ideas and great knowledge that you can bring together to fight for what y'all want for your city of Harvey. And then you can actually sit back and have the banner that says Harvey Rise. And I
Yeah.
really feel that y'all should have a banner that says Harvey Rise when you do that grand march.
Unity is always the key.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got to come together. I'm outside. I'm in DC. I can't, all I can do is give my opinion. But I think that you all can all five of you can
Yeah.
come together and make it happen. And I have faith in you all. And I want to see this because I want to go live when that happens and let my city of DC see what Harvey can do.
All right. Oh, well, you can always come visit too. You
Yeah.
could.
Oh, I plan on it. I plan on coming. That's why I said I might have to make sure I have some bail money on the side because my mouth is vicious when it comes.
Well, listen,
That's
I'm a run, y'all. Listen, I appreciate everybody. Not to be rude, Nicole, thank you. I wish you the best of luck on that Marion campaign too. And let's see how we can. I definitely am. Anything anybody's doing it positive, and I can support it, I will. So that's one thing I definitely want to make very clear. Other than that, listen, I'm gonna run, but I'll definitely talk to y'all, and then we'll touch base about everything really soon. Okay.
all right.
Okay.
And
Sounds
All right.
good.
you
Y'all be
can
blessed.
send me a message or I'll send you one.
Okay, that's what's up.
All
All
right.
right. Yep. Take care now.
Sounds good. Thank you, Amir.
Thank you,
And
Amir.
as a reminder, as Nicole said, she's running for mayor. Harvey has a law, like a primary system. So for any of the city positions open in 2027, if we get at least 4 people running, it will trigger a primary, which in my view is a good thing for the city. So I don't want anyone to be afraid of multiple people running. We need a lot. I would say we need, you know, a lot of good people running for all these positions, because remember, depending on what happens, some people might get challenged. Let's say they might get booted off the ballot, or or who knows, something comes up in their lives and they decide not to run at the last minute. So what we don't want to have too few people running. Like I want to say Dominique Randall on the last election. I don't think anybody ran against him. It's like, oh my God, how could that happen? Well, that could very easily happen again, because so far all the only people that have announced they're running just for the mayoral position are Colby and now Nicole. That's it. There's only 2 people. Now, of course, we're thinking probably Clark will run again. But like, I would love to see a 4th person run, because then it triggers the primary. So you have a primary, and then you take the top 2 from there, and they go to the general election. Now that really gives us some great choices, and it puts pressure on all the candidates to do their best. So I don't want this to be a culture of fear where people are like, "Oh, but I like Colby and I want Colby to win. So I don't want anybody else to run for mayor." No, no, no. We have a primary system.
Too
So,
late for that.
well, but it's to our advantage to have multiple people running. The only way that the primary system will hurt us is if we have three people running for any position. So I'd rather either probably
It
have two
splits the vote.
or four, right? Because that is what happened in the last mayoral election, where there were only three that made it past the objections. And I believe that Marshawn Tolbert was paid or induced or something to run because he didn't have any interest in being mayor. But he ran and he took votes away from McCaskill, and that enabled Clark to win. Because I don't think Clark really expected. I don't even think he knew he would win. So I would rather for all the city positions C4. So my question is, who's going to run for first ward alderwoman or alderman? Who's going to run? Well, I said I'm going to run for second.
Oh, you're running. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to run for second. Now, usually, luckily for the second, usually we'll always have like 4 or 5 people running. See, but that should be normal for each ward, you guys. Usually, most of the city positions, we have like maybe we're lucky to get like 2 people. But remember, that's we're lucky out of those 2 if maybe we have one like honest person too, right?
It's the older community though.
That's what I'm saying. We got to have people come out and run, just like Nicole's doing, like I'm doing, like Colby's doing. It is better to have more people running. So don't be afraid and have like a scarcity mindset where you're like, oh no, we can't have people run because no. It's better to have more. Who's running for third ward? Because if we don't have several good people running, guess who may get reelected? Delaney Smith. Do you really want Delaney Smith in there? Ramona, do you really want Delaney Smith in there?
I don't think any of us will get reelected.
I'm sorry, Ramona, you're muted. Yeah, unmute you. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So Delaney, fourth ward's Tracy. I don't know if anyone's announced they're going to run against him, but fifth ward, Randall L. Please, I swear to God, if we have it again where he's the only one that runs for fifth ward, please don't make that. Okay, because he's not qualified. He hasn't even shown up to like most of the meetings this year.
And my thing, and I'm like, my thing is I have with this, you got 6 aldermen, okay? I'm trying to figure out what are the other 4 doing. I'm seeing 2 actually doing events.
They don't do anything.
But the other 4, I want to know, what are you doing to represent your ward? One of them I know that I found out that the one that was it Tyrone, when those people got boarded up in those apartments, that was your ward. Where were you? You came after effect. Kobe, that ain't even her ward, and she's there. Where you at?
Right. Yep.
That's your ward. Those your people. That's the people that you supposed to represent and help out. You left
them
people, and then you got in front of the news people and got in front of the board and said, they didn't get bored up in there. But the video show us with our own ears and our own eyes that the people were behind the boards.
And remember, as horrible as he is, the last election, I think there was only one other person that ran against him. So I'm a little concerned right now because we still have time, but like I really would like to see. I'm hoping more people are thinking of running and are going to actually do it, because again, you can complain all day, but if we don't actually have people getting involved.
please. And Nicole, and another thing that I want y'all to think about: how many people that that sit in a position, an office, that use their own credit card to buy stuff for the city and administration. Nicole, think about that.
Who's doing that?
Tyrone.
Oh.
He's using his own personal credit card. But see, the thing is, he get more. If you get a credit card and you start using it on the city, I figured it out. Then you get more credit cards for other people that have credit cards. That builds your credit up. That builds your credit up, and they're gonna offer you another credit card and another credit card.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about. That was the treasurer. The treasurer. Right. I mean, not the treasurer. The comptroller was doing that.
The comptroller. He's using his own personal credit card.
Well, to pay city bills. Yeah.
To pay the city bills. So come on, Nicole. Yes. See, Nicole, you got to keep up, baby. You got to look at all these meetings.
No. So let me tell you, Foxy, I've been to the meetings. I don't like them. I refuse to go because they're
but you should go. You
But
should go
see,
anyway though,
but
because
see, Nicole,
No,
having people there makes a difference, Nicole. It
it
really
uh,
does.
it frustrates. It's let me tell you all. It's frustrating. I don't like the lip boxing and the tit for tat. They don't have any agenda. They don't tell me what you're gonna do about these 400 properties that are vacant. Tell me how you're gonna get them back on the tax roll. Don't sit up here and tell me that I can't talk and you sitting up here. Honestly, nobody that's elected that sits on that bench anywhere from the trustees to the mayor or the comptroller should be in office. If you really want to know the truth, none of them should be. Because I told Kobe and the other guy that was at the Thornton Classic, I said, you've been fighting against him all this time. Why would y'all fucking agree to a government shutdown talking about they need oversight? I said, if you need oversight, you have just told the world that y'all don't know what the hell y'all doing.
Right.
I said, Harvey is not broke. Harvey is just mismanaged. You can't
wait,
tell me you broke and you got
Oh,
400 properties that you haven't sold.
wait a
right.
minute. Oh, wait a minute, Nicole. Also, you got to remember, he's saying that he broke because nobody paying their taxes. But the problem is, for 3 years, from 2021, I think it's 2021 to 2023, gave himself a six-figure raise for 3 years, and he never paid the comptroller the money that the city owe, which is just like me and you don't pay our taxes, and what happened? The
Oh.
IRS come and tap our ass and make us pay money back. So this is
Yes.
why
Mhm.
that's why the city is still in debt, because they're paying that money back and they're not getting any grants because because you got a default. Your credit is bad.
Yeah.
So
And he's terrible. But that's what I'm saying. So this meeting that we have not decided to have yet that we should have,
Right.
um, I feel like it needs to be a whole new regime in office. I mean, not one elected official in Harvey should be renewed, period. I don't care who it is, because you have not been taking care of what you need to do. I don't care how many good events you have. At the end of the day, there's no reason why I should be looking at a house in Harvey that's 50,000 and the taxes are 8 grand. There's
well,
no reason.
well, but let me explain something to you. If you look at, okay, go ahead, Beth.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that this is a moment where we need to use finesse because we've been on here for 3 hours and 50 minutes, and the goal of the stream was to talk about being a voice for the community, which we've established, and now we could easily do another video. We have so much that we could talk to Nicole about. And so I believe we should finesse this and we should work towards a good ending to this because it has been great. So, and I
Yeah,
Right.
I
think
definitely think
it's
that's a good
the
idea.
proper time now to bring this to a good close.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
and
say that as a leader. I say that as a leader and a strong person and a person who's got feet on the ground, and I will continue to be a voice for the community.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
No, no, I
Nicole,
know. We're not going to go that much longer. I
and
agree.
I'm gonna be off here soon. Nicole,
We should do,
Hmm.
yeah.
this is my first time meeting you. I'm
Nice
sorry.
meeting you.
It's nice meeting you too. But you keep it strong, okay, young lady, because
And you
you
can
are
send me
our
that
future.
song. Send me that song, or I'll
Okay,
give you my contact information too. I
okay,
don't
and
know how.
um, um, uh, my my channel is Foxy 2, Roxy 3.
How do you?
Mhm.
Let me put it in the chat. Let me put it in
Okay.
here for you.
Yeah, just put it in the chat. Exactly. And don't forget to sign the petition. Tell Clark he needs to go and that we need a forensic audit. We had a lot of signers already in the
Okay, there
chat.
it is in the chat. You see it? Foxy 2, Roxy 3.
Um.
All you have to do is go on YouTube and put that in YouTube, and it'll pull my channel up.
Yeah.
Okay. You
And
have a
then that
petition I need to sign, Ryan?
Yeah, I'll share the link again. So please, it's calling for Clark to leave office immediately and for a forensic audit. So sign it, share it with your friends and family. Please, please, please. It's just another way to make your voice heard. Your voice is important. And yeah, we'll keep talking. And I do hope to hear of more people deciding that they're going to run for 2026. Please, please, we need lots and lots of good people. We have all the aldermanic positions. We have the treasurer. We have the clerk, and we have the mayor. I think that's everything. So
And also, Nicole, when you go on Foxy 2, Roxy 3, you type it into YouTube,
Mhm.
you'll see, you go in there where it says more, you can click on there and get my email address, and you can send it to that email address, and I will
Okay.
respond. I
Okay.
will
Are
Yeah,
you on
respond.
tell
Facebook
Foxy.
too?
Yes, I
Mm-hmm.
am on Facebook too.
What is
Um,
that?
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't say that on here because
Okay.
that's my actual name, and
Oh yeah,
Okay.
you're
but
yeah.
I
So
will
you
give it
can
to you and the email, and then you'll know who I am.
right.
Okay.
I would say find her on her YouTube first. Oh, no apologies. Asked Ryan, when do you have to decide if you're running? I gotta look at the dates. I don't know when stuff is due, but we'll look. But yes,
It's
please.
August or September of 2026.
Is it
But I've
okay? I was gonna
already
say,
turned in my stuff to the state board in June.
yeah, because I was gonna say I thought it was sometime in next summer it was gonna be
Yeah,
due.
it's
But
like
please, people, start
September.
thinking now because we can't replace people if no one runs against them. So yeah, good question. Apologies. So thank you guys, and we'll do this again. We'll keep
And where I
talking.
stay in contact with you, Nicole,
Okay.
and like I said, I'm in Washington D.C. I can't, I don't have a vote. I can't vote for y'all. I can't help
That's
y'all in
okay.
that part, but I can, give you, my
Yeah.
opinion, and I plan on, trying to keep things positive with. Because I was telling Menu with the opinion, we've been talking about all the negative, but there's a lot of positivity in Harvey that has
Right.
not
It
been
is.
recognized.
Absolutely.
It
And so
Yeah.
is.
if you can send me some of the events that you've done so I can bring that forth.
Mhm.
And so that these are people that are in the city of Harvey that has, that care about the city. This is what we
Mhm.
want them to see because right now we don't see nothing but the negativity, the boarding up of the houses, the land grabbing, the people getting
Right.
standing in line, paying off these money,
Water bill.
unnecessary money. We see nothing but negativity to a point that who like me, say for example, I'm 64 and I'm getting ready, I want to move out that way. What is there in
Mhm.
Harvey that's going to make me want to move there? Tell
Right.
me why nothing. And see, that's not good. When you got a
No.
city that you don't
Mhm.
even
Mhm.
make people want to move there. I see so much,
Right.
from the videos, I see so many properties that are worth, people living in that's getting boarded up. That's
Mhm.
not good. And then
Mhm.
my thing is, my biggest concern, like I said before in the beginning of the program, it bothers me that you all don't have a drugstore or a grocery store in your city, but you're bringing a farm, I mean, a weed dispensary, a dispensary. That dispensary ain't going to help you. Like Nicole, if you have an illness, you can't get
Mhm.
the weed ain't going to help you with your illness when you got
Mm-mm.
Right.
prescription.
We
I'm
have so many
diabetic, so
basic
I
things.
already know I'm gonna have to
Right,
go to
Mhm.
Orland.
also, Nicole, I got a trick for you if you take insulin. You take insulin?
Mhm.
Okay, girl, I can help you out in getting your insulin for damn near free.
Oh, well,
Oh
we
well,
like that.
shoot.
Because I used to work at
Sign me up.
because I used to work for the pharmaceutical company, so I know the game. See, a lot of people that was getting it didn't want us to know. So you wonder why people ain't fussing about the cost of the drugs because they already know the game plan on how to get it for free.
Huh.
Mm.
Oh,
Mhm.
well, we gonna talk
Interesting.
sauce. Me and
Okay.
you gonna be good friends.
All right, you guys. And on that
And
note,
then and
that
then
is
once I
it.
give you that
I'm out
information,
of
give it
here.
to all the people that you know that's in your situation so they can get some help because y'all don't have a drugstore and it bothers me.
Yeah.
So I want to help you where you don't have to also if you work with them and they work it out, they can have it shipped to
Mhm.
your house.
Mhm.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds
All
good.
right. Well,
Oh,
thank
who's
you,
cooking?
Ryan.
Who's cooking for us? All right,
So
you're
don't
welcome.
hit me up.
Wonderful. Very good.
Oh, so that goes for you too, Beth. Do you know anybody that needs some help? Go on my page on my channel.
Okay.
Go in there where you see my
Okay.
email address and hit me up
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
and hit my
Okay.
email address up
Sounds
and then we
good.
communicate because I don't tell my name on here.
Yes,
So
fine.
that's
Uh-huh.
why I say go into my page.
Yeah. Yeah. Love you,
And no apologies.
Foxy.
Thanks,
Thank
no
you,
apologies.
Nicole, for all your
You,
insight.
yes, Nicole, no apologies. You stuck with us through the end. Yes, it was a really long one, but that's okay. It's good. We'll do this again. Javar, Sheena, whoever, I don't know who else is still with us, but thank you everyone who joined us. And we will talk again soon. And
This
if
was
we
real
don't
good.
see you again, Merry Christmas, as we
Merry
say.
Love you,
Christmas.
Ryan. Love you, Foxy. Bye.
Joyeux
I love.
Noël, as we say in French, or Feliz Navidad in Spanish, or whatever. So
But Ryan, as
enjoy.
always, it's a joy being on here with you. I
Oh
got
yeah, I
your
like your
back, brother. Oh, I wanted. I
thank
said I
you.
would
I
look.
like your background too, Foxy. It's cute.
Thank you. Look, if you want the same thing, talk to me with opinion.
I know he loves the AI stuff. I'm not that fancy, but yeah, that looks cute. Yours looks cute.
And also, I said it's a good thing I won't in court with you. I've been walk. I said the judge would have got had the bailiffs take me out there because I would walked up and hit you in the back, say, "Good job, boy. You did a good job."
Justice will prevail. We will
Man, look, you
press
ought to heard.
forward.
Look, it was four of us on a phone call, and we was all cheering you on and get him, Ryan, get him, yeah, Ryan, that's
Really?
right, Ryan. So, so you had some
Ooh.
support, even though we all, a distance from you, but you still had support. You had a lot of support,
Oh,
and
good.
and like I said, don't y'all look that this is the it, the end game. Tonight we done saying that we now got some more help, so
Yes,
we're getting.
exactly.
So, this live tonight helped. So, now you
Yes.
see, if like I said, if you five get together and y'all come
Mhm.
together with a meeting and do a grand march, things will start,
Right.
you'll see it start changing. 2026 is the year to make that change. Let's
No, I
end
agree.
2025, let it go on out, the way it go out. But 2026, make it a goal that you're going to change things in the city of Harvey and you're going to stand strong together.
Mhm. Absolutely. Amen. I agree with that. I agree, Foxy. Well, thank you for your support and
And you're welcome. And I love you. And everybody in the chat, I love you too.
yeah, thank you. I love you too, Max. Yeah, and thank your people that your fellow folks you're on the phone with because I appreciate it. And I thought about that. I'm like, I'm sure I know I have the goodwill of people that are watching right now. So
Look,
I
it was four.
appreciate
Look, four of us on there. Look, four of us on there.
it.
And on the one phone call, we were
Oh,
networking,
yeah.
all four of us, and we were yelling and saying, "Yeah, get him!" Ah, 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 ah. We were going, ah, ah, ah.
Good, right? It's like get that truth out there. I mean, man, we have
And
to do
but you
it.
stood, but I liked it that you stayed on point. Didn't
Mm,
get distracted. You stayed on the facts, and that's what judges like. When you stand there and you present the facts and don't go overboard and do another exaggeration, they
mm,
frown on that. But when you go in there and you present the facts and you have it in order, and that's what I was proud of you. You walked in
mm,
there the first time you said, "Okay, this didn't work. Let me regroup," and you regroup very well, and you came in there and presented yourself very well. And I'm going to tell
mm.
it. I can't be in your face, but this is closer to your face. I can tell you, you did very, very well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I tried to keep it as simple as possible because you're right.
And you did.
Otherwise, oh, I don't want the judges to get distracted. You know what one lawyer told me that judges have the attention of a goldfish.
They
I was
do.
like,
Uh,
really?
right.
Okay.
Really, they don't. Judges, if you come in there with five factual things, your case will move further than you coming in there with a whole lot of stuff because they get bombarded and they get bored. And I'll be honest with you,
Right.
if I was a judge, I get bored too. Okay, what else you gonna show me? Okay, what else you gonna show me? Are we gonna
Mhm.
get back to the facts? Are we gonna get back to the case? Okay, you want to show that too? Okay, go ahead. Okay, what else you gonna show me? Okay, I'm gonna entertain that too. And after a while, it's the interest, like you said, go out the window. So you have to go
Mhm.
in there with five. I'd say like this: don't make it more than 10 factual things.
Mm.
Listen
Yeah,
to
I
what
agree.
the judge said, listen to what he wants. What you do is you look at the judge, you get there early enough and see how they conduct the cases before you. Then you know
Mm.
how that then you reading the room. Now you're reading how this judge conducts himself. Then you know what to present before this judge when you get up there. And
Mm.
sometimes while you sitting there, you can rearrange a few things. Well, I'm gonna take that out and I'm gonna take that out because I see this judge, his attention span ain't that good. So I'm gonna take these two things out. Okay, that cut it down to about four. Okay, that should be enough. Because you already see
Mm.
his tension, he or she's tension span is not that good. And
Absolutely. I
and you
agree with
go
that.
out there and you speak the facts. You don't deter from it a whole lot. You might, if he said, "Well, I'm not understanding," then you might elaborate a little bit Don't go overboard with the elaboration. Just
Mm.
elaborate more for him to understand and break it down. Once you break it down, they go, okay. And then you say, they say, you got anything else you want to present? Then you present the next thing. You don't
Mm.
bombard them with a lot of stuff. And when you do that, that that make them uninterested, and they start looking at the
Right.
monitor, or they start looking out somewhere else, or they start looking down, and then
That's
they'll
so
look.
true. I had a few lawyers tell me that. That was the one thing that most lawyers agreed on. And I'm like, I guess that does make sense. I mean, they're busy, they hear a lot of cases. They just, it's like, hey, get to the point.
Right. And you think about it, how many cases some judges see 20 to 30 cases in one day. In
Right.
one day, and they
So that,
can't read
mhm.
everything, and they got the clerks to break it down for them. But if it's so much you submitting that the clerk got to break it down, then they're going to continue your case until they get through finding out all the information you're going to give them, which
Right.
makes your case linger on longer and longer. But if you come in there like you did, you came in there, fact, 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 fact. Okay, I'm done. Okay, now I can switch
Right.
sides. You did what you needed to do. You came in there with minimum amount of facts. You presented those facts. You showed the evidence for those facts. And then the judge said, now switch sides. He done heard what you had to say. And that's why you was granted, because you didn't elaborate, you didn't go overboard, you didn't, you came
Mm.
in there and presented the facts the way the facts were. You had the facts, and then you had the evidence to back up the fact, and you had it right
Right.
on the exact point. Like you said, okay, this is when this happened, and you played that exact point. You
Mm.
have to go in there and do it that way. If you don't, you go in there and say, well, I think it's at 3:23 on the tape, and oh, no, 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 it's not 3:23, it's 4:23. Oh, no, 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 no. After a while, they just say, you ain't ready. And they
Right.
tell
Right.
you ahead of time, when you get ready to go to trial, make sure you have all your evidence, all your videos, all your witnesses, and all your facts lined up so you can
Mm.
present your case before you come to my court. They warn you ahead of time. Don't come in here with a whole lot of extra after the fact. Come in there with what
Mhm.
you have at this time.
Right. And it
And
makes
that's how
sense.
you want. And that's how you
Yeah.
want.
Mm.
And
Oh,
you
well, thank
did
you.
that. And the lawyers advised you right, and you came in there, and look what happened. A year.
Mm.
So now
Yes.
there's nothing but going forward from here, Ryan, for you. And
Yeah.
none of that hold you back now. Only thing that
Right.
can hold you back is you. And I'm so
Right.
proud of you. I'm so
Well,
proud of
thank you. And we're going to work on the enforcement piece because, we still have a lot of violations that Jet has done of the orders. That and then we want to hold the city as well as Jet accountable for July 14th. So, I'm excited. We have new things coming.
Okay, but don't give out too much information.
Yeah. Oh no,
You
we've
know,
already said that. I mean, because
ultimate surprise.
they haven't been held responsible at all for the 14th.
Uh,
It's just so crazy, Foxy.
look,
But you
but
already
look,
know that.
I already know, but my thing is the ultimate surprise. See, a
Mm,
lot of times when people know what you're planning, then they know how to fight. But
right, right.
you got to do the ultimate surprise.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got the ultimate surprise, that's when they can't pinpoint where you're going, how you're moving. You ever heard some people
Right.
say, don't let nobody know how you're moving? Because when you let them know how
Mm-hmm.
you move, then they know how to counteract the move. Just like in
Right.
chess. When you sit there and you playing chess, y'all concentrate, right? Y'all don't tell the
Mm-hmm.
other person what you're going to do. You concentrate and just make the move. This is what you have to do. You have to use strategy of chess, not checkers.
Right, right. Oh yes. Well, we have plenty of surprises in store. So
Okay, so just keep it that way, and and
just hang tight, Foxy.
honey, I'm hanging tight. I'm gonna be right there, front and center on here. I might not be there in front of y'all, but I will be there,
I
in
love it.
spirit and in mind.
Well, you enjoy your Christmas if I don't see you again. And
Oh,
thanks
I
for
am.
coming.
I'm a look. All I'm gonna do is be lazy as a bum. All my kids are grown. Most of my grandchildren are grown. I got a few little ones, but all you had to do is give them a little toy, and they good to go. One toy,
You
and they happy because they
you
came from
enjoy.
grandma. Other
Right.
than that, I ain't got to do a whole lot. I'm not gonna cook a whole lot because the family is doing their own thing with their kids. So I'm gonna
Oh,
sit
okay.
here and get me a ham sandwich, have me some potato salad and some collard greens, and that's my dinner for Christmas. Merry Christmas.
I love it. Simple, delicious. That's all you need.
Exactly. Well, you have a
Add
good
some
night, and
macaroni
you'll
and
have a
cheese in
Merry
there.
Christmas. Oh, you're
You
definitely gonna
too,
do it home.
Foxy.
You're definitely gonna have
Okay.
macaroni and cheese homemade too.
Oh, yes, please. Now I'm hungry. All righty. We'll
and,
talk
and
soon.
all right, and give that doggy a hug for me.
Oh,
Finally
yes, I
saw your
will.
doggy, and
Yeah, he's good.
he's just a
He's
little.
just
He just,
chilling.
oh,
Yeah,
look at him. He's just as sweet as he could be.
he is my little beast of a
I have
baby.
2 kitty cats. You have the dog. I have the 2 kitty cats.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm in a
Well,
high rise, I'm in the city. I'm tired,
oh,
I was
okay.
tired of the owners fussing about people with their dogs, and then it's cold and walking in the cold with the dog, and if you're sick, you still got to walk your dog. So with a cat, I ain't got
Well,
to worry about.
go give your kitties some loving. Yes.
Yes, I got one right now that's looking me in the face. That's why earlier I was like, "Ooh, I forgot I was on. My mic was live. I had to hurry up because he was trying to figure out where he wanted to pee, and I told him not on my bed. Get down."
Right, right, exactly. Oh gosh, that's hilarious. All right, sounds good, Foxy. We'll talk. Merry
All right.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Bye.